Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. How's everybody feeling out there? Hope y'all had a fantastic weekend. Enzo's popping tops. Always good to hear.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
Sorry, you caught me having to get a beverage. Good
It's
morning. How are
okay.
you?
I'm fantastic. We got some peeps in here already. Grumpy old man, Heidenreich, Huda Morgan, Germ Corp, Caesar C, Low Key, Arctic Box Alaska, Ron D, GTA, Sabrina, Lobo de Welfare, Jane Hammond. Great to see you, Jane. And Jane, I have to apologize. I did not see your message on Twitter till later on in the day, but I did go ahead and take care of that, and I'll post that in our Discord. I wanted to be able to give some context to it before doing it. A little GoFundMe for somebody near and dear to Jane. So I will. I'll put that in the Discord today. Like I said, I didn't want to just throw it in there with no context, but I shared it on Twitter, and hopefully we can get some donations rolling in for you, Jane. And who else we got? Junk Savvy. Good morning, Junk Savvy. GTA. Hopefully you're enjoying that butt whooping I'm giving you in fantasy football, along with Nunya and along with my buddy in my other league. Pretty much anybody that's came in my path in the last 5 weeks, just steamrolling them.
All right, relax.
Well,
We're
hey,
getting it.
it's a good feeling when you're not only winning in fantasy, you're winning in fantasy on the backs of Raiders. I like it.
That's true. Yeah, Devontae went off for me last night.
Oh, he's
Beautiful win.
amazing. He's amazing.
Steelers took home a 2-point dub against Atlanta. It was probably the most.
Hard fought. Hard fought.
I mean, really dumb game. Really stupid.
That's what happens when you pit two bad teams together.
That's true.
All right, guys. So we have futures down a little bit now. We had the OPEC meeting over the weekend. They're going to not limit production, but the EU went ahead and put the $60 price cap on Russian oil, which right now isn't a big deal. Russia said no to it, but we'll see where this goes.
I don't know if they're aware, but you can't usually just say no.
That's what they said. That's the word I got. They were like, "Yeah, Russia, you can only sell oil for $60," and Russia was just like, "No."
No thanks. That's not gonna appease me today.
I believe this is the first day too today with the embargo on tankers, Russian tankers. So Russia can still sell oil through pipelines, but they can't sell oil to the EU through tankers. So that's that. I think we'll see a lot of and crude oil's up 3% after that OPEC meeting, but I think we will see a lot of I don't know if it'll just be downtime this week going into next week, but I think with the jobs report coming in so strong, especially with wage inflation, I think it puts the ball back in Jay Powell's court. I don't think anything's guaranteed now. Now I think we're still probably locked in for the half point or the half percent, 50 basis points, but I think it's going to be what Jay Powell says. So we might be in a situation that goes exactly like the last one, where we get the rate hike at 2:00 next Wednesday, and then at 2:30, Jay Powell starts talking and just tanks the market. So we ran up about 1.5% in a half hour, the last FOMC, and then he just started talking and it went down, and the friggin' rain got whatever. So we need some beats going here, man.
The rain got whatever. Were you just going for the itsy bitsy spider, Holmes?
I'm not sure. Monday, man. Monday, long weekend. So, okay. We got some beef. Now we're feeling good. Twitter, the whole Twitter thing. I'm sure everybody's aware of what's going on up there. Still, don't mute, by the way. Turn it down. You need it at about 13, 12. So Elon going ham. I think there's still probably a lot more to come out. I think it is alarming. I think they need to. What I really need, I think, needs to happen is it needs to be looked at as a big picture. It can't be it can't be one side thinking that one side did something bad. It should be all sides thinking that the other side did something. Not the other side in the sense of L or R, just the sense of corporate corruption, political corruption, anybody with power. I hope this thing doesn't backfire and just create a bigger left-right divide when it's not. It shouldn't be about that. It should be about something much bigger. So we'll see where it goes. Michael J, what a way to start a Monday. Good to see you. Good to see you. May the green be with you as well. Funny that you
And
say
also
that
with you.
because, sorry, Michael, that you say may the green be with you because that's where the elf happened to be today. Nikki woke up this morning, found the elf in a heated game of Boggle with Yoda.
I don't know how that's church.
Oh, what's church? So that was that.
Isn't that the Catholic thing? Like,
I don't think the elf. I don't think Catholics believe on magical
no,
elves
I'm
coming
talking about
creeping in kids'
with
houses.
have God be with you or green be with you.
I don't know. I see May the Green be with you, and I think of Star Wars. Maybe I'm off. Either way, God be with you, the Force be with you. I want all that stuff to be with you guys.
Okay.
You don't have to limit yourself to one thing.
Hey, I don't know where to go with that one.
I love the way that they just change headlines. So earlier it was stocks looking to rebound after whatever on Friday. Now it's S&P poised to drop for the 6th time in 7 sessions. These guys are good.
Yeah, it's gonna bank.
Well, I'll tell you what, those people that invented those elves, though, Grumpy, they're definitely not flame retardant because they're making a mint off of those things. They're making a mint, and they're pissing parents off everywhere. It's like picking up, some people are able to pick up a second job for the holidays or a third job. Having that elf, that's like a side job in itself. It's some work. And also with you, Lobo, it's also in the Church of the Fonz, Lobo.
Hey.
Gently bow our heads and hey. Jane liking those Doge coins. Doge coins. Doge was up back over that 10-cent mark, right?
I'm lymphatic about it.
I gotta say, I don't know if Elon pulls the trigger on some Doge stuff, it could go to the moon. I'm not saying he's gonna, but we know Elon's love for Doge, and I mean at this point right now, Elon is by far the most popular human on the planet, for good or bad. You know what I mean? But I would say that he's 100%. Definitely the most looked at right now. Definitely, this is, think if he tweeted something about Doge right now, something serious with him being under such a microscope. But at the same time, if he was to do that, does the SEC try to jump on him? They got a little bit of a I'm trying to think of a nice word to say it. They got a thing for him. Doge hit
they got a
11 cents
huge-
last night. Nice. Thank you, Arctic Fox. Appreciate that. Bought Doge under a penny. You won't buy it over a penny. It's Sheeb's turn now. GTA. Okay. Well, I hope your cryptocurrency decisions are better than your fantasy football decisions, my friend.
Ooh, ooh,
Hey, I'm just kidding, GTA. I love you, brother.
owie.
Listen, half the fun of fantasy football.
Why you bully me?
The right to talk smack. I ain't bullying, man. I'm just saying, check those winning streaks, boys. Raider Nation.
Emotional damage. That's what that is.
All right, we got 18 long minutes before the casino opens. Oops, I'm sorry about that. I don't know why I got notifications on. Very true, Jane. Very true. And I don't think it's too far fetched to think that, you know, whether it's just a payment method as far as subscriptions or whether it's something bigger, which I think it'll be something bigger. I think it'll be more along the lines of not just the subscriptions, because that goes to Twitter. So that isn't the problem, that currency. The problem is advertisers and things like that trying to use currency in certain ads that can't be. So if he makes a central currency that's just used on Twitter for transactions, tipping, supporting people, things like that. Yeah, it's 3:15 today. Okay, I like it. Oh, Tripoli and Bravo killed it. Oh, I can imagine. I gotta hear. Oh, and you got to go with your old homies. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I can't wait to actually talk to you about it, Lobo. I want to hear some verbally how it was. I'm sure it was great. $50 shades of shade. Tesla's gonna do what now?
I said AMC looks like it's probably going to try to bounce off the 801. You might get 797 exactly, but I see it bouncing. I see us coming down on the overall market. I see us them giving us a lot of like fear, almost unnecessarily.
Well, they shift into fear mode. I noticed. So between 5 and like 6:30, the news was pretty much upbeat. It was mostly about China, mostly about, you know, the reopening there, a lot of fuel talk, and then
right, I wanted people to buy in this morning.
Yeah, yep, around 7:30 it just started, and I could tell you exactly the minute that that it started, because me and you were talking, and Tesla went bye bye, and then the rest of the market fell right here. 10 after 7.
So I just want people to look at the AMC calls that we were calling out yesterday or on Friday. We were calling out $9 calls for this Friday. For this Friday, last Friday, and those are up decently. But in the last, they were down 31% yesterday. Those are gonna probably be up a little bit, but I could definitely see this going, and I'm gonna see a pop probably to like 8:30. Get rejected, come to the downside. I think that we're going to go and double move today, where I would be curious around the 404.76 if we decide to like try to hold and it gives me the illusion of, hey, we're going to try to hold here at 403.70 or 403.50, I'm immediately going to go and say, this is coming to the downside, but it's going to make about a 10 or 15 minute run to the top side. So just in let's say a 30-minute basis, you're looking at a top of, unless it breaks to the upside, you're looking at a top of 406.20, 405.50, and then right there at, what did I say, 404.70-ish? 404.75. I think NVIDIA is probably going to come reset itself right back to the 165. I want to see, it looks like everything's just getting smacked. So I would be curious on this Tesla though. This thing's stair-stepping its way down in a pretty unhealthy looking fashion. But I would be very careful with Tesla, but I think that a lot of people are bullish on Tesla, but they just cut 20%, or they're assuming that it'll cut with this new China, whatever they're doing in China. It somehow is going to go and cut their production 20%. So that doesn't sound good, but I don't know that that's been thrown out on the market very much.
Well, I think you got that. I think you have people worried about Elon's involvement in Tesla right now. You know, not even though I don't think that's warranted. I don't think whatever he's doing on Twitter has anything to do with Tesla, but I think there's going to be a little bit of fear there.
There is a buy wall of 21,300 shares on Tesla right now, going in at 189 flat. If that's not the most fear-inducing thing I've ever seen, that's them trying to go and say, yeah, okay, buddy, this thing's gonna rip. And that might be the case, but if Tesla decides to rip to the upside, I'd be looking to short it over the 196. If we get rejected at the 198 or 200 psychological, I'm shorting that all the way down. However, if it goes up to 200, I think it might catch itself right around that 195. So I'm shorting Apple and Amazon both today just because I feel like it. SQ's probably going to go to the upside. Yeah, Caesar, you took an L. I don't even want to see you posting in the fantasy chat. Yeah, because guess who's number one alongside Caesar now, who had a 5 game lead. Yeah, tell him I'm coming.
It's okay. I just need to sneak into the playoffs, and I'm good. Good morning, Mr. Stagner. Randy. Good time watching that soccer game with you and everybody else that joined. Not so great outcome, but good luck to the Netherlands, to Birdie and Mr. Fumble and Kieran.
Real quick, NVIDIA looks to me that it's going to, or I found a pattern at least. It's holding there. Okay, so I'm looking at NVIDIA on a 30-minute chart. And currently, NVIDIA's breaking down underneath that wedge. If it decides to recapture, let's call it 167.70 real quick, I'll be interested in it, but I'm more interested in this area right here, which is roughly 168. If it I posted something in our Patreon little little research I was doing. But I would be ultimately looking for, on NVIDIA, probably 163. But everything in the market right now could rip to the upside. With the way that AMC is looking right now, I want to see AMC break over the 8, let's just call it 820 or 832 range. I, however, don't think it's going to. I think they're going to go and show you a bunch of green real quick in the morning, or like real quick off rip, and then I think they're going to go and rip it back down to the downside. And as soon as you go and get to like the 401, let's call it 401, 402, 401.50 area, they're probably just going to rip this back against you. I see a top of
hope you're feeling better, buddy. I said I was driving. I seen you in the chat earlier. Did you say you just got out of the hospital, brother? Well wishes to you. Obviously, if you need anything, hit me up, my man, and get better. First Solar. You want to take a look at that, Enzo? FSLR.
First Solar 168.
Good morning, Rich. Last Kazi. Good to see you, buddy.
It's heavy on the puts to the 160 side for the week. Couple people like it at 175. Max Payne is 170. I would look at that to be the double top at 173. Yeah. Let me look at it a little higher. Or a little, man, this thing is... gap up. Alright, so we're... Yeah, that's going to be a problem. I would be assuming this gets rejected again, and at least come revisit the 159 area, just because, I mean, when you're looking at this on a, like, it shot the moon immediately, but it came back, it didn't want to hold the 104, or it kind of held the 104, and then it miserably dropped through it. Didn't value itself of even half that. So how am I going to go and think we're anywhere here? Yeah, we kind of gained our technicals back and got some forward momentum, but this is a recapture. There is no touch here at the 111. There is one at 116. I look at 146 as the area I would want to go there.
Damn, Luca. Caustic soda fumes stripped your throat and caused your lung lining to bleed. All you were doing was cleaning out a drain with Drano. Constant reminder, you gotta be safe with stuff like that. I never knew that was possible. Just I've used Drano plenty of times.
If NVIDIA comes to the downside and punctures the 166.04 area, I'm going to be long with a stop of 165.05. AMC is going to go, hopefully, I would prefer it to come down first. Set down about, let's call it the 801, or let's just call it 818 area. Just give me a little scare wick and then go to the upside. If I see some volatility to the downside on AMC, it's just going to make it, it's just going to go and further my assumption.
Well, when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me.
Krusty Krab pizza is the.
Sodium hydroxide. So that's what's in the Drano, or that's what caustic soda is. Yeah, there's a guy on Apex named Caustic. So I've always been taught you keep anything caustic away from you. Don't breathe it, look at it, smell it, none of that
We
stuff.
got 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I'm gonna run outside real quick.
All right.
I will.
Liquid
I mean,
plumber's the way to go. You will what now?
I said my assumption is that we're gonna go and at some point try to catch a bottom. Something stupid. 404, 403, even the 401, 50, 69 area, whatever. If we decide to break through those areas of 402, 50, we're going to 380 or 398 ish. Let's call it just 400. That's a big red candle, and like that's a perfect bounce off NVIDIA off this trend line. That's a perfect bounce on the one that I just drew from earlier this morning. But if I'm gonna look at NVIDIA, just in the, let's call it 30 minutes, I'm looking at that trend right there. I'm looking at the fact that if that one does not want to break to the downside, or if it doesn't break to the upside, then it's going to come downside probably directly off the 167.63. If it decides to come and break through the top of that, like right now it's breaking through the bottom, which makes me think, oh, hey, okay, everything's breaking to the bottom. But it makes if I feel like AMC, when you watch AMC come down to, like, let's call it 811, 801, and it holds, you're gonna see things like the SPY trying to hold 403.
All right. Under a minute, guys. Under a minute. We got some good suggestions on what to use other than Drano. Liquid plumber, says Arctic Fox. Germ Corp coming in with that DYI. Use white vinegar to clean drains. Gets rid of the stink. And Rich says just stop smelling things, Arctic. Oh, Lobo. Baking soda, vinegar, and warm water. Never put boiling water down your pipes, can compromise the glue. Eh. Some John Tesh-ish right there. We all have, Brina. We all have. All right, guys. 10 seconds. Let's go. Everyone have a fantastic day. Good luck, guys. Let's make this a great holiday week. And we are off and running. Excuse me. AMC doing the thing. 820, 50. Let's see. So we got the Dow opening down 0.7%. S&P opening down 0.75%. The NASDAQ has not updated. And the nutsack back, baby. The nutsack is back. That's what I'm talking about. He's talking about cashews, walnuts, things like that. So it's okay to say.
This is that 404 area that I was talking about in my
I'll say.
all over. See what I'm talking about? That is weird.
Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to put a sell in real quick.
right now, and as soon as it's about to get topped, we're about to go to the downside.
All right. I can't barely hear you.
Oh, I'm coming in 1 second.
So AMC up 1.5%, 830 right now. Ape with a big drop right off the jump. Here. Ape down almost 5%, just under 95 cents. Mullen up about 0.5%. USEA continuing that trek. Such a great call on that one, Junk Savvy. I know you were calling it before that dividend even got announced. And we're up another 4%, 386 on USEA. That First Solar, Jane, down 0.5% here at the open. FSLR, 167.49. Cosmos dropped at the open, pushed back up though over that 60-cent mark, 60.5 cents now on COSM. DNA down 2.5%. UEC, another play I like. So that's another thing with countries kind of being forced to resort back to, well, in their minds, resort to nuclear energy with so much uranium that comes out of Russia, and with those ties being severed, I think Uranium Energy, not financial advice, but I think UEC has a very promising future.
400 calls 2 days away are coming in. 400 calls 2 days away are coming in right now.
$400 calls on the SPY? Calls or puts? Calls?
I'm sorry, puts.
Puts? For Wednesday, you said? 2 days?
Yeah.
Okay. All three indexes running pretty close together. We haven't seen this in a while. There's been a discrepancy one way or the other. The Dow's usually leading if it's gaining, and the Nasdaq's usually the lagger. S&P is usually kind of sandwiched in the middle. Today we got the Dow down 0.63%, the S&P down 0.7%, the Nasdaq down 0.62%. And across that S&P top 10, Apple the only one in the green, up just about 0.5%. So I guess the news out of China is probably good for Apple. With Foxconn, I think they gave a mid-December return to work date. And then we had the announcement over the weekend that Apple was going to be even further leaving China. So we had a glimpse of that with the when they announced that they would be making the iPhone 14 in India, and now it seems like we're seeing that taken a little bit further. The SPY starting to pump. 404.46. An SXTC, what is this? China Pharmaceuticals, that's up 20%. Cosmos falling back under that 60-cent mark. So a lot of Chinese stocks on this gainers list. We are just 5 minutes into this first Monday of December. We got AMC on the move a little bit. 842, up 3% on AMC. Make it 847. GameStop reminder, GameStop earnings Wednesday. They're down just over 1%, 27.14 on GME. Bed Bath & Beyond making a move as well, up 7% on BBBY now, 385. Mullen in a little bit of green, just over 20 cents.
AMC is moving. AMC needs to move right over that 853 mark.
So 848 right now on AMC.
Yeah, this looks like it's about to double move to the downside here.
Oh, Caesar, you picked up a switch? Breath of Wild is dope. It's dope. I'm about 50 hours into it over like 3 years, but it's good. NBC Universal CEO at UBS Global TMT conference says Peacock streaming service has over 18 million global paid subscribers. Wow. That's a lot of subscribers. And I seen Disney made an acquisition over the weekend. It was a pretty big one, too. I'm not familiar with the streaming service that they bought, but I know Major League Baseball, I think, created it some years ago and then spun it off and then just sold it to Disney for 6 or 8 or 900 million, something like that. Let's say 900.
I just filled a lot of SPY puts. Oh man, okay.
You like it a SPY to go down from here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been wrong before. I've also been very, very right.
So we're up at 404.60. What was the level you said?
40404 or 40480 or something like that. 404 I want to say it was 40420 80, something like that. It was one of those two.
Okay. Mr. Burry, what's up, buddy? He said, so what else did I miss? Well, not a whole lot. The FTX thing. Nothing other than that. I'm sure you're familiar with the whole Twitter thing, with what's going on with Elon. That's kind of interesting. And then they say, what did we hear? 3:15 today is the next episode 2.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be 3:15.
Come on, fill those puts.
Oh yeah, you missed that too, Mr. Burry. You missed Kanye putting a GIMP mask on and saying some really awful stuff. Yeah, and then he went out and tweeted something bad too. DBGI up 18%, 443. Where's Martin Apollo at? I know he was holding out for this. It took a little while for it to get ground after closing that offering last week. But DBGI on the moves, 17% gains now. USEA continuing to romp. Grumpy old man, I know you got to like that. I know you got in on that USEA around 350, now at 395. Well done. And don't forget the 12th, December 12th is the day that you need to own the shares. I know Junk Savvy had dropped some information on that earlier, but that will get you that dollar dividend. Oh, I'm sure, Luca. I'm sure that just because it's Nintendo, I could already tell, and I've never worked on one, but I guarantee that it's harder. Senate has bill legalizing marijuana on the schedule before a new Congress sworn in. I don't think it will happen, but may see upward movement on weed and psychedelic stocks in the meantime. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Like I said, I'd still like to see and I don't know if this is a new bill, if this is reformatted, we'll have to look into it. It's the banking end of it that really does it for me. I think they should just, at the very least, take it off the Schedule 1, decriminalize it, leave it up to the states as far as if they want to have it recreationally legal or not, but decriminalize it across the board, make it so that people that deal in that industry could have their money federally protected, things like that. But I can see it more of it doesn't pass because marijuana legalization is the headline on the bill, and then there's a bunch of bullshit underneath, and one side votes against it and then gets pointed at like, see, they didn't want to legalize weed. And it's like, well, maybe they did, but they didn't want to give 600 million to some, you know what I mean? There's always, what do they call that stuff? The pork that's in the every bill.
Keep going. Tesla, stop playing.
Tesla wouldn't trip. So Tesla, serious moves to the downside, 3.5% down now. Apple's still ripping up. Apple up 1.6%. Google up 0.75%.
AMC is, I think, getting rejected off of the 358. Excuse me, 853. Wow. That was bad even for me, man. NVIDIA right here breaking down. It tried to break over. It cracked through. What is NVIDIA's? NVIDIA's break even is 120 or 162. We have calls up to the 175 and 200. Puts to the 160 for this week. And then there is a hellacious amount of puts at the 140 and 150 area for next week. It looks like it's going to go and hold support right now, doesn't it?
Looks that way.
It looks like it's about to just dump to me. It looks like it got rejected right here at 104.80 again. The same way that we got rejected and we held support. We just broke through that and now we're getting rejected from it. See, now we're coming through VWAP, hopefully. Can I get a yeah?
Oh, yep, thank you, John Savvy. So that's just some clarity on that USEA. So you have to own the stock by the close of after hours, 8 p.m. Eastern on the 11th in order to qualify for the dividend. Perfect.
Up 41% on Tesla 180 puts. And I doubled into 390s for like 2 weeks. NVIDIA, don't even think about it. Hey, there you go, SPY. Come on down. The price is wrong. Don't even think about stopping. Go collecting $200. Go through the 40407 and just go there. Ooh, AMC right there. 180. See the 183 or the 853 right there on AMC. It does not like. Now we're even getting like in trouble with the 850. Tesla looking like it's trying to come through. NVIDIA, I don't know what you're trying to do holding that 200, but you're getting rejected from the 50. And the SPY is downside here. It's going to try to hold, but I don't think it's going to.
What's up, H2O Bubbles? Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, look at Mr. Burry's nutsack coming in hot. He says, oh, yeah. You got monetized. AMC solid. Lots of news on tokenized, etc. All junk in my honest opinion. Anything to try and get out as soon as the cards stop melting from last month. I'm going shopping. Key rings for everyone this Christmas. Much love. Mr. Burry, gentleman and a scholar. Very much appreciated, my friend. Very, very much. And hope your travels are going swimmingly.
Bye, Tesla.
Wait, what? Kanye's making a Datsun? What did I miss? Man, a lot of stuff happened over the weekend, huh? That's who's making a I am so confused. Anyways.
NVIDIA, what are you doing? Like, you're about to just, like...
Market back to where we opened, except for the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ pushing a little bit more up. NASDAQ down just about 0.5%. The Dow and the S&P down about 0.75%.
Look, hey, I'm already up 20% on those SPY 401s that I just bought for the day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Burry. And you know we could not do it without each and every one of you guys. It's wins are wins for all of us. I'll be getting into this music a little bit too much. I need to find an option where I don't have to hear it.
Uh-oh. If NVIDIA gets rejected here, AMC is coming to the downside. So is the SPY. SPY needs to hold 403. 403.92. Tesla could break the bottom here of 170 or 187.60.
Putting this heat map in for Junk Savvy. Not a lot of heat across this map. Energy, we know why that's up. Apple over here. A lot of red everywhere else. A lot of red everywhere else. Not good on that angle, but we'll revisit that in a little bit. That's we no look at that no more. Early indicators, that's all.
AMC or GME has the ability to come down to like 2650. AMC has the ability to come back to like 801. I would assume the market is going to take a downside stroll here just to go and basically give everything consolidation. But I'm holding all of my plays to the downside.
Michael Burry's talking some technical stuff to you. Enzo, are you sizing dynamically, or are you increasing to scale up the percentage gains, or risk reward evaluation driving the sizing?
Oh, no. Grip it and rip.
Grip it and rip.
I just purchase 100 contracts a time, or whatever the case. I usually buy them the same way that I do single ones that I post in the Discord. NVIDIA, can you just not do that right now? Because right this moment, you're going to really cramp my style whenever Tesla falls out the bottom right now. And I really hope it doesn't catch this support right here, though. If Tesla catches this support at the 186.20 area, I'm going to be out of this position. There is GME coming to the 226. Right here, NVIDIA is trying to hold its 200 EMA, and it has the ability to just launch right this second, and the SPY has the ability to hold at 404. However you think is going to happen, I see a lot of things bouncing to the upside if we hold.
On Tesla?
No, right here. Well, I mean, Tesla's already broken low, but we're looking at 185.95 on Tesla. But on NVIDIA, I'm looking at this pattern. It got back up into this wedge. Now I'm watching if if we're gonna get rejected again.
I'm sorry, at 185.95. It looked like.
Yep, AMC broke through VWAP. SPY came through its bottom. We're gonna be looking at 403.81 on the SPY. If this holds this line twice, I'm gonna get concerned.
Mr. Burry, did you see SBF is? He said he's going to testify in front of the House or the Congress or whatever, but they're not sure if it's going to be. So there is another hearing on the 13th. So the 13th shaping up to be a pretty big day, right? That's the Tuesday. I believe we get CPI. We got HBK talking.
There's NVIDIA coming through the 200. We're coming down.
And the first day of the FOMC. So Tuesday should be a big day next week, going right into Wednesday.
There's 80% gainers right there. Come on down.
The S&P coming down near daily lows here.
Yes, Sirski. If the SPY decides that it wants to rip to the downside right here, I'm gonna let it, and I'm genuinely going to be happy. No one can stop me. No. Don't you even think about that, NVIDIA. Don't do it. Don't you? Hey, I know you're fast, but do it on your own time. Usain Bolt.
Diane B. Good morning, Diane. Hope you had a great weekend. Hope everything is good. Oh, 78 and sunny.
Netflix
GTA?
just went red. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Netflix just went red. Meta's about to go and follow it, but Google is about to go red right now. If Google goes red, that's when the SPY drops through this bottom wick right here, 303.89. Right here.
Here, hold on.
Google is only up 0.1%. It's struggling to hold right there. Bang.
No, I think Diane. I think it'll be through Zoom or something like that. I don't think he'll actually go in front of them. I think it'll be some kind of remote testimony.
Here's the fake. Here's the fake right here to this can. I'm assuming it's going to be a 180 or 168.47 to a 168.60 candle wick. And we're going to be getting rejected to the downside. This is going to scare people. NVIDIA to the upside right here. This is going to start scaring people right here. So psychologically, you got to be in this trade thinking, I don't know, it's getting rejected. So you're holding on Tesla right now, and man, the market looks like it's going to just bounce. Come on through. Just give me the 403.60 sub that. There you go. There you go. Now you're doing it.
Well, Diane, that's because you are special. That's why. You make it easy for us.
Yeah, when he tells me I'm special, Diane, it's not the same.
Yeah, complete different meaning, Diane.
Yeah. So right here, I'm watching this break to the downside, but I'm watching these red candles right here. I want to see just in this last 15 minutes on a 5-minute chart. I want to see this thing take the bottom out of this line, and I want to see it go and hold underneath it and then get rejected. Right here. Bang. Everything's going down right now, and NVIDIA's getting rejected from 180, or excuse me, the 168. I just need, yeah, there you go. I need you to keep going. 17%, 82%. What are these? 401s are now up 61%
Nice.
that I just bought. So you're giving me a little to play with knowledge-wise here. Now we're gonna probably try to re-establish this right here. Right here, I'm concerned. Do we have the ability to pop on AMC? Yes, that's back at support. Tesla's right there. That could be a double bottom. And Nvidia is holding that wedge perfectly.
GameStop falling to daily lows, 26.72. GameStop down just about 3%. Bed Bath & Beyond holding up, though. Holding up 5% gains, 378. AMC coming back down, 825 now. Still up 1% on AMC.
Be careful that this doesn't go up to the go back to the upside.
What? Just the market in general?
Just the market in general right now. We didn't like that 403 area. I'm taking my 83% gains on those 401s. I took them early just because, like, I still think we're gonna continue to come down. I just, like, I don't want to be stuck theta wise.
I like it. I like the move.
I'm just taking the 81% because usually I'd give it the 100, but right now I do not respect anybody to actually do their job at the SEC. So I'm just gonna assume that we're having a like bring your kids to work day again today.
Yeah, we kind of are.
Yeah, we're probably gonna get a bounce. Where I would want it would be 402, but realistically, it could happen right here. It's just, I can't figure out what Nvidia is doing. It's trying to continue to break up over that 168.27 area. And it just doesn't want it every single time. But right here, it could break over not only that, but the 168.50 area. This looks like another rejection. And whenever this is ready to actually get rejected, the SPY is going to absolutely shit the bed. Because I can almost promise you what, Apple is flying, right, over the 150. Yeah, look at that come screaming back to VWAP. Yeah, right, bud, sit down. Yeah. Get out. Get the... Woo! Yes, sir. Get off me. 211% right here.
Yeah, I just sold all mine. Man, that hit quick. I would have liked to move one of them a little bit. That dropped bad. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'm sorry.
Oh, I done touched it. Watch it. See, this is what I was talking about. MIA. Remember, I was saying going up to the upside, and getting rejected, making a double move to the downside. But I'm concerned about that 801 area on AMC, and I'm really concerned about the 400. If we go through the $458, let's call it let's just call it the 420 psychological. Nvidia is coming to the downside, can hold this bottom, of 165.93, which would make sense to have a bounce there. But that means that AMC would probably go and give you a scare candle to under $8. This could bounce two places, 801 or 760. The SPY is now under its support at 402.39. Yeah, those plays are absolutely disgusting. That is called a, 333% set of options right there. Buy yourself a 100 pack, because I'm nuts, bro.
What's up, non-refundable? Good to see you. Good to see you.
Oh, this is illegal. There's no way.
So the market falling. We got all three indexes down over 1%. The Dow down 1% flat. The S&P down 1.18%. The Nasdaq down 1.14%. USEA kicked back to the upside, 391. DBGI as well. DBGI up 27% now, 478 on DBGI. So hats off if you held, or if you bought the dip after that offering news. RMED. I know some of you all were interested in that on Friday, down 18% today, down at 380. Rick Cogswell, good morning, sir. Yeah, Tops was getting crushed. And what was the news on that, Tops? Down 60%. So they announced the price of a public offering of 6,750,000 units at a price of $2 per unit. Each unit consists of one common share and one Class C warrant to purchase one common share, and will immediately separate upon issuance. So another one tanking on an offering, and not saying that they're necessarily going to work out the same way. But if you look at what DBGI is doing now, again, not financial advice, not guaranteeing that Tops is going to bounce. But same thing that we've seen with DBGI. We've seen the dip after the announcement of the offering, and now we're seeing that the offering's closed. And we got some data today. Let me find out what it was, Mr. Burry. As far as I know, the actual CPI data we don't get till next Tuesday. So a blockbuster must-see TV 2 days. You got, like I said, you got CPI coming out Tuesday morning. Then you've got what's his name possibly testifying. If not, at least going to be another FTX hearing. And the beginning of the FOMC, followed by the rate hike, and Jay Powell come out, and I don't know. He made the market magical last week. I don't think he's got a encore in him, but maybe. Yeah. So everything's coming into play right around the 13th and the 14th. It's gonna be interesting, to say the least, Mr. Burry, to say the least. All right, let's have a quick gander back at this heat map. See if anything's changed. Nope. So energy remains the bright spot. A few things picking up in communications: Google, Meta, Activision, and a couple things throughout here. Apple holding up the tech. Semiconductors, Intel, and Micron in the green. Everything else red. Information tech, software, that's all not doing good. Banks, financials all down. Healthcare down for the most part. Industrials down. Aerospace, defense, all that industrials, railroads. Utilities, a little bit of green and a little bit of green in basic materials. Still no news on Cosmo reverse split vote or filing. I wonder if they're just going to try to keep that hush hush and see Junk Savvy, see if they can get it up to $1 organically. You know what I mean? And DBGI pushing up further, 475, making moves. What is that Cosmos doing? Cosmos back at 57.1 cents. AMC clinging to a little bit of green, up about 0.5%, 822. Ape down 1.5%, just a hair under that 98-cent mark. GameStop down now almost 3% at 26.79. Bed Bath and Beyond. What's going on here? A little bit of a short squeeze, huh? Still working on that short squeeze, are you, BBBY? 398. Make it 397, up 10.3% now for Bed Bath & Beyond. And looking across that S&P top 10, Apple coming back down, up 0.75%, 148.97 on Apple. Microsoft down 1.25%, Amazon down 1.5%, Tesla down 5.25%. Google slightly red, Nvidia down, approaching that 1% loss. Berkshire down 0.75%, and Meta clinging to about 0.25% gains. So Comms and Cosma both up on the day. Comms up 9.5%, 12.38. You're still whole, but Diane, you had those are free shares that you're rolling with, if I recall correctly. I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure you made some profits, and then held a few shares just to see where it went, if I recall correctly. If not, I apologize. That's what I get for being nosy and keeping track of all your guys' stuff. And the market's coming, I wouldn't even say coming back, but at least holding. S&P still down 1.08%. The Dow down 0.93%. The NASDAQ down 1.12%.
That's weird.
What's that?
AMD.
How did I recall that, Diane? Because when I say I care about you guys, I ain't bullshitting. and part of the ways that I care is, I care about. I don't care about what's in your portfolio to be nosy or anything like that. But I don't know. It's just it's become a habit. I guess it's probably kind of creepy to some people, but. All right, 10-10, make a wish. And
downside AMD to the 70. That's my make a wish.
Okay. Well, while you guys are making a wish, I am gonna go let the dog out real quick. Enzo's gonna lay some dope tracks down while I'm gone.
I don't know that I'm gonna do that.
All right. Hold it down for about 5 minutes, and I will be right back with you guys.
Yeah. Tesla is falling. Trying to get these AMD contracts for 61. Give me those contracts, please. Come on, give me the 61 right here. Tag me in. Go ahead and rip those 700 contracts off real quick. Give them VWAP. Give the SPY VWAP. Get your little gap or your gap down. Fill that. And then go to the upside. Or I'm sorry, come back to the downside. My buy is not going anywhere. I gotta pop you guys up, sorry. There's a massive amount of puts down to the 402 and 400 areas on the SPY for today. Max pain is 404, 403 tomorrow, and 400 for the end of the week. Fill the 61, please. That was a absolutely disgusting move right there. I'm better than Charles Gasparino. Alright, so AMD, you don't want to fill. Okay, fine. I don't even like you, dude. DBGI. Yes, it is. Means the market's coming down. There's AMC through the 200. Apple needs to come another 50 cents. Be easy, Lobo. Why though? Why the fuck did you just do that? Feel it. Hey, what's poppin', AMC? Where you going? This is getting easy at this point when now Google's red, Amazon's red, Apple's going to go red. When Apple goes red, that's gonna be a problem. Watch me turn these $24 options into like 78 or 90. Just fill the 20 order. Yes, right here. Give me that. Give it to me. 20. Give me. Hey, bro, don't be a douche and give me the 20 contract.
All right, welcome back, guys. DBGI flying. Just was over that $5 mark. 502 on DBGI, 35% gains. All right, so market right where I left it. The Dow down 0.85%, S&P down 1.07%, Nasdaq now getting hit the hardest, down 1.17%. You know what, Michael J? I actually see that now because I use the pop-out chat myself. Good catch. When you use the pop-out chat, the $ for super chats doesn't show up. Good to know. Good to know.
Fill my order, please.
What order is this? What are you playing? What did I miss?
Really stupid YOLOs.
YOLO into what?
390. Oh, they filled 395s for. Let's act like I didn't play them for tomorrow. Thank you for the 20 buy, though. That was nice of you. Thank you for that little perk up in the market. That was beautiful.
Here, you want to take a look at DBGI for my man Martin Apollo?
DBGI. Yeah, we were over the $5 mark. I was looking at it earlier. I think you're going to get rejected probably... $565. $565 or right here. You might even get a run to like the 538 area. But 538, I would be concerned with $5, 538, and 564. Hey,
right here. After that, I'd be concerned if it does get up there. I'd be concerned around 620.
AMC is probably going to be a decent buy right here at the 806 if it decides to hold, because the SPY is deciding to try to come up a little bit here.
Michael J. Fine Art coming with that big super chat. Never necessary, but always appreciated. And just
Thank
your
you.
presence is always more than enough. So great that we were able to bring some more family members back last week, and hopefully we can continue to grow on that. But awesome to see these familiar faces. Makes it.
I'm tingling.
I've been tingling. I ain't stopped tingling. I stay tingling.
Okay.
All kinds of gains. Non-refundable. Much appreciated, man. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. Much appreciated. USEA back over that 391 mark, sitting at 392. A couple pennies off that daily high. I'm intrigued about this tops, man. Down 60%. I don't know if it'll rebound the same way DBGI is, but I would expect some kind of rebound once that offering closes. But will it dip further before the offering closes? And did they give a time frame on this?
No, probably not.
Well, and it might be a great thing for the company. When you look at a company like this with a $5 million market cap, doing a $13.5 million public offering, I mean, sure, it's going to dilute the stock, but at the same time, you're bringing in cash flow that I'm sure is needed. So we shall see. And that S&P top 10, so Apple back in the green, pushing back up 0.75%, 148.88 on Apple. Microsoft down 1%, Amazon down 1.3. Tesla coming off that bottom of 183.82, up now at 185.51. Google up 0.1%, Nvidia down 0.75%. Berkshire down just about 0.5%. Meta now down 0.25%. United Health up 0.25%. Oh, Reliance Global, RELI.
Boeing's moving. It's holding, and it's actually looking decent right now.
So 69 cents on Rely.
Somebody thinks Boeing is going to fly to about 190. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good.
Boeing to 190. No, BA.
Yeah.
Watch this thing hard red candle on the SPY and actually go and tuck. I want the breakdown underneath 402.50-ish. Yeah, here goes Boeing. Oh, come on, stay up there over the 184.
Putin drove a Mercedes across the Crimean Bridge linking southern Russia to the annexed Crimean Peninsula.
Nice. Good times.
What's the bigger story, that he's in Crimea, or that he was driving a Mercedes-Benz? What did they do, a reverse split since they were at those levels? Non? You said tops used to be like 15 cents. I'm assuming that they did some kind of reverse split. Just because it doesn't show that if you go back in the daily, but it'll adjust. It'll be a split adjusted chart.
If Boeing doesn't break up here, I'd be shorting it. But right now we're holding support right here on the SPY right at 402.39. I want to see that break.
Oh, Reuters thinks he's selling the dope. Yeah. Well. Why are the FTX guys not in jail? That's a great question, Ace Lee. I think it's because it's exposing one of the major problems with our justice system that we sidestep. You know, it's not about the color of your skin. It's not about what religion you follow.
It's all about the green, baby.
Yeah, it's all about the Benjamins, baby.
Hey,
as long as you
cream.
pay off the right people, your crimes aren't really crimes.
No, just don't worry about it. Just it's between us.
And especially if you can pay off people on both sides of the aisle, because then there's really never going to be a case against you. So.
Yeah, because then they can just fight about it the entire time. They don't actually have to do anything.
Yeah. It'll just give you a bunch of whataboutisms. Well, this guy took this much money. Oh, yeah? Well, so-and-so took this much. And did you hear? Congressman blah, blah, blah took this much. and that's all, and then it just ends there, because we would rather blame each other than the people actually doing the corruption. We would rather
100%.
blame a Democrat citizen, or a Republican citizen, than blame the Republican in power or the Democrat in power. So, why not?
I've got more deliveries on the bicycle.
There had to be a reverse split, because why doesn't it show anything on the, if you go back on this daily chart, you know what I mean, it don't show you any, and that's why I say this had to be split adjusted, because I doubt this stock was trading at $19,000 back in 2018. So again, that's probably a split adjusted price. That's the same reason GTA that I have on QPRX, that I have like a $652 cost basis for one share, even though I never spent that much. I never spent that much money.
What's it at in held hope?
$1. If that.
That's a huge loss, though.
$1.69.
Like, you got to think, if somebody got into a stock like that up there,
on paper, I'm down 99.74% on that thing. It just dwells at the bottom of my portfolio, and I look at it every time, and it reminds me not to be an idiot.
Boeing went up to the upside here.
Market's a little stagnant now. S&P down 0.97, Dow Jones down 0.69, NASDAQ down 1.1. It was probably it was probably like a 50-1, a reverse split, I'm assuming. Sabrina says they did split. I lost my butt on it. But that's what I mean, GTA. When you look at them, they'll be split adjusted. So as soon as it splits, it changes the whole chart. Just like if you look back at a Tesla chart when it was 1200, it's not going to say that it was 1200. That's the opposite. So when you look at reverse splits, a lot of times that's why we get, like, people will think like, oh, this stock must have been balling. It was worth 20 grand at one point, but it really wasn't. It was based on, so it would have been based on the amount of shares. The same reason that they don't teach cursive anymore, GTA, because they don't think we can handle the truth. Well, Randy, and you know what? I'm glad that she does, because I'll have to say, Randy, that probably works out for her at least 3 days out of the week. So 3 out of 7, you know, I like her odds. I like her percentages. Oh, it will, GTA. It will. It's going to split, and it's going to split bad. Yeah, it's actually kind of tough, in all seriousness, when you're trying to do like any kind of long range charting, for me anyways, when you have companies that have done a lot of splits. Don't get me wrong, the reverse splits throw it off, I think, a lot more, but oh, you're down that on Tops, Sabrina? So you're still in it? Well, we need Tops to go to the moon then here. This 60% loss today probably doesn't help. Yeah, it is GTA, but they may not wait till that time, you know, especially if we see a run on oil, if we see because if they can pump CEI, say even up to a quarter, if they can pump it up to a quarter and do like a 5-to-1 split, as opposed to having to do like a 10-to-1, and they may even want to go over more than that. But like I said, we'll see. I don't think anyone really knows what the impact of this price cap is going to be, how Russia's really going to respond to it. I think there's still a lot of stuff, a lot of question marks, I should say. What you got eyes on there, Enzo? All right. Good talk. Mazel.
My fault. I feel like Bitcoin. I'm looking at Bitcoin right now, and I mean, right this moment, I think we're gonna get rejected at $1790. $17,090. 70,074 bucks. And I think we're gonna drop back through probably 7,000 and be on the low side to retest 16.8. 16, yeah, right at the top of 16.8.
Oh, non-refundable just got jumped into the CEI gang. You need to get out the gang. What? Get out the. Ooh.
Yeah, no, you seriously need to get out of the gang.
Okay,
CEI. See, guys, this is why we had the DARE program, because when you do drugs and you hang out with hoodlums.
I'm checking GTA's taxes for CEI shill money.
No question. No question. Like, I couldn't play that thing if I studied it for 40 years.
That's because your name ain't CEI IRL like GTA. That's what it was before he came in here. He was like, I don't know what'll get into. I'll put GTA. These 40-year-olds look like they play Grand Theft Auto. Then I can swindle them into some CEI. Let's go.
I'm not 40, though.
Yeah, you will be soon enough.
I feel it.
Yeah.
You're looking like a, what, good 26 right now?
Yeah.
You and Miss Robin both.
I can usually 26. Pass for 26, 27.
Yeah, I was told you and Miss Robin were doing the 26 thing. You know, it's like I understand you guys are really 28, but you tell everybody you're 26. I get it.
You know.
She's telling me all the secrets, you know.
I don't know if you were listening during that soccer game, but I got new aspirations. I'm going back into training to become the goalie of the World Cup soccer team in 4 years.
Yeah, you and my son, who's literally 3 feet tall and wanting to play goalie, but he doesn't want to get hit by the ball.
I don't mind getting hit by the ball. I'm going to take over for we currently have a hybrid that looks like Matt Kors mixed with Mr. Beast playing goalie. So I think I can step in.
Oh, it's a beauty contest.
Oh, I mean, he made a couple good saves, that guy, but he made a couple not good ones.
Not good ones? Okay.
Oh, Lobo says, when searching for info on Twitter, remember to always use the $ CEI and not the hashtag CEI. Please take my word for it. I remember, Randy, it was you, the Dare Bear, Johnny Hopkins, and Sloan Ketterman, and you guys were blazing that ish like crazy. I remember.
I just got out of my Teslas. I just don't like it. My Tesla puts to the 180. I'm just gonna wait and reset them.
Okay.
I got in and out of that position. Yeah, so I picked those up. For 185. Oh, excuse me. I sold that.
So the heat map looking like a Maxell commercial, just blazing red, looking like you're staring at the sun. Nothing
So I got
good to
into
talk
the
about. Nothing good to
180s
talk
at
about there.
150.
Get this heat map out of here.
And we just sold those for 298. So about 100%. Also, PayPal is that drunk buddy that you can never get to go to bed.
Can't get someone to go to bed, you say?
I mean, yeah, but at least I'm not drunk.
Hi, Kettle. My name's Pot, and I'm black.
Right. Hey, you know, I got a nice polish.
I don't think that's how that saying goes, but, you know.
No, probably not.
Ivida Solutions, IVDA, running amok up almost 18%, 66.75 cents on IVDA. Not seeing news on it. I'm not sure. Is it in Kansas or Kansas City? I think it's in Missouri.
Saskatchewan.
GTA, you ladies been to Saskatoon? Hello,
Hey,
ladies. Oh, Sabrina, you won a first place poster contest for Darren 5th grade. I drew a Humpty Dumpty after he fell off the wall, and it wrote, "Don't get cracked up." Well, I won second place, and I snorted a pixie stick in a video.
You know what's crazy? I was the poster child for birth control.
Oh, literally and figuratively, or?
Just kind of metaphorically. Spiritually kind of thing. It's like my spirit animal. Like typically people
Post
don't like
teasers. Hello, ladies.
That guy, man, is so good. We gotta have him on the. We gotta have him here.
Yeah, we gotta get the
Like-
sound clip of him. We gotta get this.
No, I'm saying get him, fly him out to me.
Oh, you want to just
Like,
get him? Let's see where is he now. Let's see if we can get him onto the
No,
Joe Regular.
like he's got to
experience.
be on to huge endeavors in his life, like Fortune 500 ability.
I want to know how accurate that was. Hills Bills, how accurate? And good morning. How accurate was the guy in Grown Ups that said, "Hello, ladies. You ladies been to Saskatoon?"
I'm gonna be shorting Tesla off of VWAP right here.
Planet 13. Is that a OTC stock? Or a Canadian? What is CNSX? Everything's on steroids except his voice. I love it. Yeah, let me know. Let me know about that Planet 13, Hills. Okay, the market coming back closer to where we opened now. S&P down 0.84%, the Nasdaq as well, and the Dow down 0.63.
I'm shorting the market again right now.
Short in the market now. Coming up.
I'm just letting you know. I'm buying.
It's gotta be accurate then, Hills. If you hate it when I do it. Hello, ladies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that must only be. I must not be able to trade that on Weeble, Hills. Then you guys are federally. Are you guys federally legal there? Is it completely legal across the board in Canada? I believe so. Comms still running for you there. Arctic Fox up almost 16% at COMS. Okay, yeah, PLNHF. What is that? The Quebec Exchange? OTC QX? Is that the Ottawa Exchange? Ottawa, Quebec? I don't know. Yeah, I do not think I can trade this, but it is up 8%. Oh, that's the dispensary in Vegas. Okay, Planet 13. What's Eddie Bravo's thing called? Planet what's his jujitsu? 12th planet or something.
I don't remember.
GRWG. Grow Generation. That's up 5.6%. Surprisingly remissed. I find that statement rather shallow and pedantic, GTA.
You know what's great though is somebody named Doctor joined earlier.
Did he? Yes, I know. I know Sabrina had said she had reached out to him. Appreciate that, Sabrina. I don't mean to blow your spot up. Okay. Thank you, Hills. The OTCQX is the top tier of the three marketplaces for over-the-counter trading of stocks. The OTQX is provided and operated by the OTC Markets Group. Stocks that trade on this forum must meet more stringent qualification criteria compared to the other tiers, which are OTCQB and OTCBB. And the pink sheets. Okay. So penny stocks. Yeah, they got fascinating cutting edge technology.
I just filled Tesla to the downside again.
Tesla to the downside. Pick it up.
Don't hold there. Thank you. Come on down.
Price is wrong, Bobby. All right,
You're gonna die,
10.50,
clown.
guys.
You're gonna die, clown. Bye bye.
Yeah.
What did we just get those? Making $7 already. By the way, those 398s that we were buying right off rip this morning for 2 days out are up 17%. I'm getting touched in my AMC calls, but that's okay because I have team spirit.
Well, then why don't you give me an A? Give me an M? Give me a C? What's
Market's
up,
about to
Sal?
go. The market's just about to just do the boof right here.
Hills, it could be running in part to the kind of speculation. Even though it's a Canadian company, right? You said, or so they already sell weed here. But either way, I think any weed stock today, or maybe for the next week or so, on anticipation of the possible federal legalization before the first of the year, So I would assume that that's playing into it. I mean, we always see that, and we've seen it with companies that weren't reliant on any kind of U.S. sales or anything, and we've seen them move on rumors of any kind of legislation here. Similar to oil, similar to like at the beginning of the Russia thing, even some of the sectors within energy that weren't necessarily going to benefit off of any kind of oil crunch, they ran like right along with it just because. Yeah, as far as I know, they still can't sell it here. Maybe they can open up operations here and grow it here. I don't think that they can transport it from over there. I could be wrong on that, but I think that's the federal thing. Not saying they can't sell it to other countries. I'm sure they can do that. But as far as here, I don't know if they have to grow it here or how that works.
Oh, Spy, goodbye.
So the S&P and the NASDAQ both taken off to the downside, both down back near that 1%, and the Dow down 0.2%. Not a lot of green in that Dow. You got Boeing, American Express, Apple about to go red again. And
Can I get a Intel.
So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green stocks out of 30, with only two of those up over 1%.
I think
I
deserve it.
Two of them about to go red too.
I think I deserve it, man. I did a good thing today.
Okay.
You need me to fluff your pillow?
Housekeeping. Well, you guys haven't tried that Western New York. Good. That's all I'm gonna say about that. But I know reservations here are able. I don't know if it's legal or illegal, allegedly. But I know there's stuff coming from our neighbors to the north. Which Canadian Beaster in the late 90s, it didn't get much better. Oh, it's a Canadian company. Yeah, so they probably... And I would imagine, Hills, that they probably have an operation maybe in Canada because it's easier to distribute on a global scale, and then maybe, and I could be wrong on this, and then maybe an operation set up in the United States to serve the United States. That's brilliant. That's because even if it was legal and everything, I would have to imagine, I don't know what they would word it as, but there would have to be some kind of I would imagine a heavy tax at the border if you were growing it in Canada and then shipping it over here.
Oh, Tesla take big red candle. Oh, yeah.
So Tesla, there was an article in maybe CNBC or Yahoo Finance this morning. We keep hearing this term, how Tesla's losing market share, and it's I don't know if they're really trying to inform people about it or if it's like a smear campaign, because it's very obvious. Okay, Tesla was the only electric vehicle company for how long? They went through all the trials and tribulations. Take Elon out of it. Just look at the company. They laid the groundwork for how to make a successful electric vehicle company. They open sourced most of it, so it's not something that like, hey, we're keeping everything under wraps. Nobody else could do it. So obviously, as all these new companies, not just the new companies, but the bell cows in the automobile industry, Ford, all them getting into it, a pretty safe assumption you're going to lose market share. But if you owned 100% of a market share that was, say, $100 million, now you own 60% of a market share that's $2 billion. Where are you in better shape? Tennis is physical, adding more DNA. Like it. 204 average, keep dipping and rebounding. Kathy Woods, 18th largest position. 280 million invested, could potentially hit $6 according to analysts at Berenberg. Love it, love it, love it. And stick with them convictions, Tennis. That's what I love about you. You know these companies. Oh, Smoking Joe? Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try. Non-refundable. I got some feelers out, but yeah, Google if you're interested in who he is, non, or just Google Smoking Joe Anderson. You'll see him. Tesla also did a really good job avoiding bankruptcy and kept a good balance sheet, cutting spending when needed, etc. Yeah, something Rivian isn't doing, and that's where you would think, Hills, that companies like Rivian and stuff would have a leg up because they would be able to learn from Tesla's mistakes. You think doing something the first time is going to be the hardest. Sorry, Enzo, go ahead.
No, $62 calls on AMD. Somebody just put 5,000, puts to the $62 area for this week.
Puts on AMD to the
that's $2 and $3
area.
That's $2 and $3 a piece.
And they're expecting some big time downside, huh? 74.52, and you said $62 puts?
Yep.
Mama name him Clay, I'm gonna call him Clay. And yeah, what is it? Tesla and Ford, the only major car manufacturers to never go bankrupt, I believe. Coming up on 11 o'clock, guys. 1.5 hours into this first Monday in December. Panthers expected to waive Baker Mayfield. Well, yeah. Not a lot I can say about that. I don't know. Are you going to repurpose your Baker jersey, Enzo, or do you still rock them after they get cut?
No, I just use it as a towel in the garage or something.
Yeah, I got a Jonathan Abram jersey I got to do that with. He got cut and then got signed and then got cut by another team and then got signed again. Tesla creeping on a come up a little bit, 186.58. Apple back in the green, up nothing, 25 cents. Microsoft still down 0.82%. Amazon down over 1%. Tesla down that 4.25%. Google up 0.2% now. Nvidia about to go green. Berkshire down 0.5%. Meta holding just a touch of gains. And United Health up 0.5%. I got a Cooper right there. Non, I don't know if you could see it. It was Nikki's, and now a Power Ranger's wearing it behind me. So if you see that Power Ranger right there standing next to BB-8, yeah, he's rocking an Amari Cooper jersey. 3 Kawhi jerseys. Ouch. Ouch. Are they all Spurs? Well, I'm assuming they're all Spurs, right, Caesar? He did too, GTA. He did. He wanted to be Johnny Manziel so bad. What you doing with the SPY? What you in on, Non? What's it doing to you? So pushing back up a little bit with the S&P and the NASDAQ. FRGE. Is your fridge running, Sabrina? Forge Global Holdings, FRGE 167, up 21% on the day. And last news I'm seeing 5 days ago, price target announced at 175 a share by UBS and FRGE. Don't know a lot about that. Patience, non-patience, baby. So AMC now in the red. How is that Bed Bath & Beyond? Bed Bath & Beyond holding 8.5% gains, 391 on BBBY. GameStop down 3.5% at 26.57. Coming off that low at 26.22. Ape now at 98.37 cents. And AMC down now at 8.14. $11.04. We got just about an hour before trader lunch. How you guys feeling out there? How's this Monday going? Need a little liven things up here, guys. It's the holiday season. The holiday season. Need some positive energy out there. Get things going. Come on, Enzo, pump up the jam, man.
I mean, you want me to take my tits out or what?
I don't know if that's the way to go.
You sure?
But, I mean, hey, whatever's going to work.
All right, well, hey, your loss.
Hey, I mean, if I was to put on a UFC clip right now with somebody with their shirt off, it would be perfectly fine. So I don't see why a guy trading stocks on the YouTube having a shirt off would be any different.
I might be a little more sensual than those men.
Well, I don't know I'm not sure. I only really know bird law up here. I haven't practiced bird law in Florida, so I'm not sure what it is about letting that bird out of the cage. If it is legal down there.
What the hell is bird law?
Well, if you know, you know.
No, I don't know.
Well, maybe you should look into bird law.
I got a couple chicken heads down at the corner store. Are those the birds you're talking about?
It's warm enough down there. If I was in Florida right now, I'd be looking just like your boy, dude. I'd be coming up here just like, hello, ladies. I'd be rocking banana hammock and that's it, man. Banana hammock, flip-flops, and socks. Straight up. If I lived in Florida, that would be my everyday thing.
Oh, naturally. Like, it usually is. Hold on one second.
Michael J says, keep them in. So, we got a mixed bag in the crowd. What is this? This was a real stock? LGBTQ? ETF delisted. I'm not sure I can even talk about this stock without breaking some kinds of code of conduct here. So we're just gonna go ahead and move on. I don't want to get us kicked off. I don't know what's going on with that stock. Who's LeBron giving it back to? In case you don't know, GTA, I'm not LeBron's hugest fan. He'll never be his airness. So he's turning into the Emmett Smith, where he's good and he's good and all, but he's just, it's like, yeah, you keep playing, you're garbage now, your teams can't win, and you're just playing for records at this point. But I'm a biased Jordan fan, so.
So, don't at me. But Dirk Nowitzki, probably the best looking NBA player of all time.
I got a cousin that looks just like him. He was actually in here the one day. He was in the chat the one day, yeah. Quadruple witching. Enzo can tell you a little bit more of that. We're actually coming up on it when the 30-day meets the 60-day on the 12th day during a lunar cycle. Usually happens in December's during a bear market, but could happen in November through January in a bull market.
It only happens if you're holding Luna C.
Yeah. Yeah. Drop a 3 in the chat if any of my lunatards are out there.
Shit. Yo, let's go. Let's get them threes running. I want to go so fast my ears touch.
RA Medical Systems on the move back up. Still down 13%, Martin, but off those lows at 360, back over to $4 mark, 402.
Fridge is tearing ass.
Yeah. 171, 24.5% gains there. Boeing still pushing up. Boeing up 3% now, steadily gaining. DBGI fell back down. So what did we hit? We hit 515 on DBGI. Now back at 470. Still getting its footing. Jane Hammond, your first solar. Now green on the day. So a nice dip on the open there. Dipped all the way down to 165.33. Now back up at 168.57. Back up. Comms holding those 17% gains. COMS, that's up at 13.29 cents. USEA still steadily climbing, just under 396, 6.6% gains. And USEA, Cosmos, kind of the same pattern, right under that 60-cent mark, up 11.27 cents. DNA on that dip Tennis was talking about, down 5%, 189. Looks like it hit this bottom here at 184. And DNA is the type of stock that could drop 5% and end up green on the day. So keep an eye on that. He was awesome, but the big fundamental, as good as Dirk was, I don't put him anywhere near Tim Duncan's.
Dude, that fadeaway jumper, dude. Are you kidding me, bro?
Yeah, I mean, it was dope. It was dope, but Tim Duncan is the guy was just so good. So good. And I mean, I don't want to call him underrated because he's not underrated, but I think he's the most underappreciated just because he's so soft-spoken. He didn't, you know what I mean? He was just one of those dudes that's kind of there. Not really fun to watch per se, but did every little thing that made him probably the best power forward in the history of the NBA. Rivian Inc.'s wind energy deal with Apex Clean Energy to power Illinois manufacturing. Well, it is called the Windy City up there, so makes sense. AERC, AeroClean Technologies, has received FDA 510K clearance on 11/30/2022 for its PureGo UV air purifier. That'll be coming to a government building near you soon. You're going to see them guys like they are in China, rolling around spraying whatever the hell they're spraying in hazmat suits. All right, guys, 11:13. We missed the wish, so if you want to rewind it 2 minutes, make yourself a wish at 11:11. That'd be great. Market pushing back up a little. S&P now down just about 0.75%, so down pretty much right where we opened today on the S&P. Yeah, Kurt Rambis was definitely probably the most handsome NBA player outside of Kevin McHale. Ay. And AMC falling a little further down, over 1% now, 809 on AMC. Carnival Cruise Lines flashing a little green for you there, Arctic Fox. Back over that $10 mark, 1004 for CCL. MindMed up 7%. So yeah, we're seeing, what's Cybin doing? Cybin down. So you know, maybe this one will be the hit. I know tennis loves this Cybin long term. Not seeing much action, but we're seeing Sundial doing. We're seeing again kind of the potential or the rumor of federal legalization. I wouldn't get too excited for it, but it should be a bipartisan issue at this point if it's rolled out correctly. But like I said, don't be fooled, guys. And this goes for every bill that you read about. And this doesn't matter if you're right, left, center, whatever you are. When you see a headline of a bill that doesn't pass, especially, look more into it, because, you know, it would be like me going to Enzo and saying, here's this bill. I want to be able to say ass on the stream. And I put that as the headline. But then deeper in the bill, it says on top of that, I could use every word that was banned by the FCC. I could do this, I could do that, And then when Enzo tells me no, I come to you guys and say, well, guys, I can't say ass on YouTube because Enzo said no. When Enzo really wasn't saying no to that, he was really saying no to me saying everything else. So that's basically how a bill works. That or the song. You guys all know the song about how a bill becomes a law. Non-refundable, trying to get some folks for a heist in that chat. Let's see if I can help you out there now. Oh, Captain GTA said, you know what? You got to put all in there. You got to put the all. And DBGI falling a little further, 462. And China Pharmaceuticals. Still the number one gainer up there, up 99%. WBEV. Wink Inc. What is this? So WBEV up 93%. And that's Wine Club, online wine club, Wink. Okay, so this all checks out. So here's an article from 4 days ago. Oops. Online wine club Wink files bankruptcy a year after going public. So 4 days ago, bankruptcy filings, and today up 92%. Checks out. TMDI. Titan Medical up 27% at 84 cents. So a lot of gainers under $1. And hey, maybe we see and you know, I doubt this would be retail in any of these situations, but maybe we see some insider buying, trying to push some of these out of compliance stocks up over that $1 threshold. You got to think end of the year. If I'm on the board or I'm a CEO of some of these smaller companies, rather than risk what can happen to your stock after a reverse split, why wouldn't you just try to inject some capital and pump the stock up a little bit? So Hills, what you're telling me is that's accurate. Then you're telling me that the gentleman in Grown Ups Saskatoon accent is authentic. I can see that. All right. Well, I didn't make it out. I do what now?
That was extremely pressing information. We appreciate that.
It was. Tell him, Loki. Forget about it. I don't know if I got a whole New York accent. I don't got the whole, hey, yo, oh, wait. I don't think my accent is Italian enough.
You could definitely be like a Barney's model, though, for sure.
Yeah, I used to. Clearly an American actor perpetuating Canadian stereotypes. Well, it happens. They can't all be Michael J. Foxes.
We get
Brian
called
Adams.
lazy Americans by the Dutch every 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Birdie be categorizing me. We going back to the downside? Yep.
I think so.
S&P and NASDAQ both back down 1 full percent. The Dow Jones now down 0.7%. It's funny because Canadians were always nice to me in their country, but they're not always the nicest when they come to our country. Ah, Chris Jericho, another Canadian treasure. Wasn't Chris Benoit Canadian too? Didn't work out so good for him, unfortunately. Taiwan Semi, Apple Inc. and NVIDIA will likely be two of the first customers for Taiwan Semi's manufacturing's new plant in Arizona.
Yeah, good news. Yeah, take them to the downside.
Yeah, that's a very unique one, Hills. Like I've heard the Canadian stereotypes, and I've seen them. Like but that was like an extreme version. That's why I had to ask if that's specific to Saskatoon, like if that's a real thing, because that definitely wasn't just like normal Canadian, especially from Adam Sandler, because Adam Sandler's and I Now Pronounce You Chuck and Larry, they go to Canada to get married, and they portrayed Canadians like how they are here because they went to Niagara Falls to get married. So like, it was more believable. It wasn't over the top like Grown Ups. Trish Stratus and the Edge are there. No, they're just different. They're not mean. Hills, they're just not as respectful in America as they are. Like it seems like you guys there, you don't litter and stuff. You come here and you buy stuff at like our malls and stuff. And maybe it's, I understand some of it. So like when I was a kid, I would remember always seeing Canadians in the parking lot throwing their sneakers out. Like they would buy new sneakers, and I think so they didn't have to claim the duty on them or something. But they wouldn't throw them in garbage cans. They would just throw them in the middle of the parking lot. So like my childhood, Kmart parking lots and any kind of department store always had like just clothes that people would come and buy new clothes and then just throw them ones in the garbage. Oh, Edge is a Carolina boy now. Yeah, Terrence and Phillip, two of the most famous Canadians. They were okay. I mean, I don't think it starts and ends with Rush. And then after that, you have your Bryan Adams. You have your Bruce Cockburns. Probably a less of a known, Bruce Cockburn / Bare Naked Ladies. Tragically Hip. You got some other cool stuff up there. The market falling down another 0.1%. S&P down 1.1% now. NASDAQ down 1.13, and the Dow down 0.76. Well, yeah, obviously, I think that goes without saying, low-key, but I'm glad you said it. Trailer Park Boys, probably definitely top 10 best programs to come out of America. I don't want to say best things, but best programs, no doubt about it. Forget About It is a super funny Canadian show. Avril Lavigne, yeah. She had that one good song. You might as well be happy that your song got nominated. Da, 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 da. Yeah, man, I've seen well, you gotta have you checked out SwearNet? So they got that other stuff on there. They tried to Me Too Bubbles. That was fake news when they tried to Me Too Bubbles in real life. And
look at Bitcoin.
What's it doing?
It's leaving.
Up or down?
Down. It just broke. It went through 17. It's trying to hold it.
Corey Haim, yes, another one. There's a great interview, Sabrina, when Corey Haim's talking about doing a film up in Toronto, and he's so pilled out. They played it. I think they went to it on the two Corys, but boy, yeah, interesting interview. Yeah, SwearNet's got some good stuff on it. That was not a good contribution, Grumpy. See that, and this to bring it back to the stock market. So Bryan Adams is what you would call a long hold. A good investment, solid return on your money. Nickelback, on the other hand, it's one of those ones. Nickelback's kind of like a moped, Grumpy. Because sure, there's going to be enough people downloading the Picture song or Photograph, whatever that song is. There's going to be enough people downloading it that you're probably going to make small gains if you were to go all in on Nickelback. But you don't want your friends to know you got that, Yeah, we gave them back, Hills. I don't know if you've seen. We went ahead and gave Neil Young back to you guys. I thought that if you listen closely, It was documented in a Leonard Skinner song when we gave him back to you. Southern man don't need you around anyhow. That was basically like when you, I declare bankruptcy. Same thing. Same thing. Norm MacDonald was and always will be a treasure. R.I.P. I am not going to lie to you. I actually shed a tear when Norm passed away. He was one of my favorites of all time, one of the realest that ever did it. A dude that straight did not give one banana, would say exactly what was on his mind and paid the price for it at times. But you talk about a real one. Norm was up there. Norm was up there. When he was on, I think it was The View. I'm pretty sure it was The View, and he was talking about Bill Clinton. Oh, my Lord. I'm not going to go into it because we'll probably get kicked off for saying it, but you ever want some really good material, Google Norm MacDonald on The View, and then also watch him on Conan O'Brien when the girl from Melrose Place was on there. Oh, so good. Yes, John Candy. John Candy, amazing. Yeah, we can get over Neil Young. He obviously had ghostwriters writing for him because he don't believe in a free world, and he definitely ain't rocking into no free world no more. No, because he's a shit talker, Hills, that stirs up shit. Because it's funny. Remember why he wanted to be off of Spotify? He wanted to be off of Spotify because Joe Rogan was pushing disinformation. What's funny about that is that all that information's been proved to be true now. So boy, does Neil look like a moron. But yeah, that's pretty much why. Because I don't like when celebrities try to stay relevant by talking shit about other celebrities. And let's be honest, Neil Young hasn't been relevant since Pearl Jam kind of put him back on the map when Eddie Vedder did Rockin' in the Free World with him. Other than that, nah. Oh, Anne Murray. Anne Murray, a living legend. I don't even know if she's still living, so I take that back. But yeah, she's the one. What was like her most famous song, Hills? It's right on the tip of my tongue. I used to see the infomercials for Anne Murray CDs just about every day, and I can't think of the name. Tom Green, yes, Tom Green was an amazing. He still is. He still is, and he's up there with. He's very influential. He was one of the early podcasters, so he's somebody that, you know, if you like podcasts, you like where podcast has gone. Tom Green deserves a lot of credit on how that. Tom Green, Adam Carolla, Adam Curry, obviously he's the one that kind of came up with the process of creating a podcast, but some of those early guys. Well, I'm fine with clout chasing, but get it on your own, GTA. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to knock somebody else down to get your own clout, and that's what I feel what he was doing. That's why I didn't agree with it. If it was that personal to him and he just wanted to remove his stuff, that's fine. But don't attack somebody, especially when the stuff that you were attacking has now been proven to be true. So. That's why you never speak in absolutes. You never say, you can, anybody in the chat, you can tell me the most ridiculous thing in the world right now, and I would never tell you, you are wrong 100%. That is not right. Like, no, it could, Yeah, I think I could see that, GTA. Well, and watching what's unfolding on Twitter, what's been proven to be true, everything that he said, everything that he was against, every guest that Rogan had on that talked about the origination of the flu, that talked about ivermectin, that talked about the PCR test being bullshit, that talked about the vaccine not being tested properly before it was given out. So yeah, all the stuff that you got shut down for even mentioning a year ago, that's now true and you can kind of freely talk about. And the next thing that will happen with that is elections. We can now talk about elections being stolen again because Elon kind of proved. And I'm not saying that that's the issue. I'm not saying reinstate Trump or anything like that. What I'm saying is we should be concerned as Republicans, Democrats, liberals, whatever. We should be concerned that tech has that ability, that big tech has the collusion to sway an election, which they did. Okay, I mean, it's whether you think what's on that laptop was bad or not, the fact is they suppressed that material. Okay, I'm not saying, well, if they would have did it, Trump would have won. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that it was stolen from Trump. What I'm saying is they interfered in an election, and now there's proof out there. But that's basically what it was. And the thing, Hills, was I don't even, like, he didn't cite anything specific. He just kind of jumped on the bandwagon, and he jumped on after CNN came out, and Joe Rogan actually got CNN to admit on his show that they were wrong. But they did it under the guise of, we can call ivermectin horse dewormer, because technically that is a use for it. But if you ask the over 1 billion people in India that had been using ivermectin during the whole pandemic, they wouldn't tell you that it was a horse dewormer like CNN tried to. So, just saying. Yeah, I don't know about that, Nan. I mean, hey, I don't know enough about him. I see what I see about him. You know what I mean? But, like, it's tough for me to judge a leader in another country. Like, I can say, oh, I think Trudeau's a dipshit, you know, allegedly. But, like, I don't know how his policies affect the normal Canadian. Like, I've heard Hills Bills cite some examples. Luca. It's not really for me to decide if he's good or bad. And hopefully if he's not doing what the people want, he'll get voted out, you know? Yeah, well, the problem is they're getting too focused, junk savvy, on the personal stuff. Like, again, I could care less if Hunter Biden was smoking crack wherever, butt naked. Obviously, if there was any minors involved, that's a different story. But the fact that it's being spun that, like, oh, you guys are just mad because they suppressed dick pics of Hunter Biden. No, nobody cares about that. It's about the connections to Ukraine, the connections to China, the 10% for the big guy, all that stuff. But we shouldn't be worried about that kind of collusion, right? Yeah, and you know, that's junk savvy. The same thing would be like if you were drinking water, me being like, do you see junk savvy drinking that dog drink? Or it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
There goes the market.
They must have heard me speaking. Oh, bye-bye. SPY now. S&P down 1.25%. NASDAQ down 1.4. Dow Jones down 0.87. Yeah, I agree. And I just mean the Hunter stuff. Like, that's the way that it's getting spun. And I don't think anybody cares. And you know, it goes on both sides. The people that are talking, like, I say that joking around as far as him smoking crack, right? I'm very empathetic to drug problems, and I'm sure, on a lighter note, I'm sure growing up in that house probably wasn't easy, you know, with a lifetime politician as a father. Not saying Joe Biden is like a bad dude personally, whatever, I don't know him, but I'm sure, you know, when you're on that kind of level, it's you're a vice president's son, you have access to some stuff. That's all. Well, that's the real again, that's a big part of my problem, Lobo, is, and I was fine with it. I listened to people tell me that the 2016 election was rigged for 4 years. Okay, and you can go watch clips of every talking head, every politician telling you that it was rigged. Okay, and I was fine with it. If that's your opinion, that's your opinion. You can think that it's rigged. I don't give a shit. But then enter this one. If you even hinted that there was anything wrong with it, you're a terrorist. So, like, how does that change? And, it's funny that they actually did that, Sabrina. It's funny that they actually did that. But see, that's what we got to steer away with. We can't let it become just a right left issue. Because what that leads to is the same problem, but on the other side of the aisle, where it could go from in okay, this is all allegedly. So if allegedly Twitter, social media was shutting down conservative points of view and running more of a liberal thing, now do we want it to be the other way around, where anybody that's on the left gets shut down and just right wing stuff? No, that's an echo chamber. We don't want that either. And I'm not saying that's what Elon's trying to create, but I think we have the chance of slipping into something like that. And I think that would be horrible. I just don't understand how we can't come together. It'd be one thing if Joe Biden was a great president, right? If our country was in tip-top Magoo shape, everything was rocking and rolling, then I could see people on the left saying, well, yeah, it was messed up, but at least we're doing this. But he's such a shitty president that you would think that at least they would say, you know what, these people that I've been calling a conspiracy theorist and everything for the last 5 years, maybe they were onto something. And maybe it's not about left and right. It's about the hierarchy trying to control us, and that's the only way anything's going to get done. As long as it remains a partisan issue, nothing's going to get done. Yeah, and I think every American should want to know that. I think every American, in the same as if Trump was compromised, I wanted to know. I don't think anybody should be, higher above the law. I don't care what that little R or D or I or whatever party you.
Real quick, I'm gonna slide out of here a couple minutes early so that I can get back for power hour. I gotta go pick up Murphy because he's over at Katie's dad's. So,
All right. I'll be here.
I still think the SPY's coming down. I'm holding most of my short positions. I definitely took some profits. We had a couple 100% today, a couple different 100% options today.
Yo, can you stay for like 2 more minutes so I can go?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a nice way to say pee. I just gotta pee real quick.
No,
give me 2 quick.
Yeah. I think Tesla gets rejected right here at 185.09. Bitcoin's probably going to get rejected right here again. And you might see a pop up to AMC at like, what is this, 798. You might only get the 793 right here. And it might come right back to the downside. But I like Tesla short again, and still. If you look at the relative strength on Tesla, for the last, I don't know, like if you look at a weekly, monthly, 30-minute, 1 hour, all of Tesla's RSIs are under, I think 40 on most of its charts. I think that's kind of odd. Um, the SPY is following Bitcoin. Yeah, there's the 793 right there on AMC.
Yes, the Lou.
We're gonna probably continue to come to the downside. I think that if you look at these two charts that I have up, or I'm sorry, I think that Bitcoin or the SPY is about to go and do what Tesla just did.
What did Tesla just do?
I'm sorry, not Tesla, Bitcoin. Yeah, I think the SPY ends up.
If it was that one GTA, I would have needed about another 15 to 25. That's my place. There ain't no quick business in there. That's long, drawn out meetings. Caesar's asking COD tonight, Enzo.
I'm down.
All right, 11:45, guys. We got 15 minutes before trader lunch. The market looking red. So, giving back some of those J-Pow gains from last week, I would think when it's all said and done, by the time we roll into Tuesday next week, we're sitting around the same levels as when J-Pow started talking on Thursday or Wednesday. Was it Wednesday? Thursday. Wednesday.
Yeah, Caesar, I'm down. Just let me know. But MIA, like always, it was a pleasure. I will talk to you here shortly.
Alrighty. Yeah, I got to pick the boy up from school, but I'll be back for power hour. Probably be back by like 3:05.
Cool. See you guys back here at 3.
Later.
Later.
Show that man some love, guys. I don't know. We need to get a Enzo specific thing in the chat. I don't know what it could be. Oh, look at that. We don't want that. Let's bring this back in. Here. Bring that up here. Yeah, show him some love. I don't know. What you got for him? Grandmas, juice boxes. I don't know. Whatever you want to throw in the chat. That one's good. I like that one, Lobo. Or just say later, Enzo. That works too, Caesar. Okay, there you go. Let's see. When in doubt, pull the heat map out. Whew. There's Waldo. Boeing. Not much green. American Express up 1.25%. Boeing up 1.74%, and not a whole lot. Delta Airlines and Southwest both up 1.3, and then up here you got Dollar General sneaking in a little green. Activision, a little bit of green. Hills, what is that? Is that like a aloe plant? I don't know if I have that emoji. Yeah, I agree, Junk Savvy. The more speech, the better. The more speech, the better. I agree. And you know what? Maybe I'm always hopeful. I hope that some of the openness on Twitter, things like that, will lead to some of the uncomfortable conversations that need to take place. Houseplant. Okay, I like it. I like it. It looks like an aloe vera plant to me. Is that what those are called? Aloe plants? I don't know. I got two of them in my house. I get a cut. I just go rip a leaf off, put it right on there. 2 to 3 business days, it's all healed up like it never even happened. MindMed up at 285, 7.5% gains. So you got who was it? Colorado that just legalized psilocybin, second state, I believe. And then you have I guess you have the hopes that on any kind of marijuana legislation that somehow this will be incorporated. Sundial still up 5% on that news. That GRWG up 6%. That Planet 13 Holdings up almost 9%. And IVDA, I think Junk Savvy called that out earlier, up 20% now, 68.26 cents. An IVDA. Markets continuing to dip. S&P now down 1.25%. NASDAQ down 1.35. Dow Jones down 0.93. And Apple now, man, what a wild day on Apple. So shot up to 150.92. Now down near daily lows 146.81. Microsoft down 1.5%. Amazon down 2% now. Tesla, let's see, Tesla coming down to test those lows from earlier, 183.82. We're at 184.42. Google back into the red. Nvidia down 0.1%. Berkshire now down 0.84%. Meta, another one, same thing, was once green, ran up to 124.67, now down 0.2%, 122.71. And United Health, the lone bright spot down there, up just about 0.5%. Yeah, absolutely. And we've already seen some legislation that made it easier to do the studies. Not necessarily leaning towards legalization, but I know there was I forget when it was passed, but it eased up on some of the restrictions to do the research, and I think that happened with marijuana as well. Man, that's a tough one, Hills. VLDR, is that what that is? Let me look. We're in a tough spot on ones like this because I think definitely still probably has upside. We've seen some LiDAR news lately. We've seen what's going on with Tesla's autonomous driving, things like that. I don't know a whole lot about Velodyne. But, I mean, let's see. When were we back at these levels? I mean, you still got some room to run. I don't know, though. It's been strong since it hit this low point. So hit the 71 cents. There you go. You had some triple moving average crossover, and that was back on the 10th of November. I don't know, Hills. I know we talked earlier, and like you said, trying to be holding as much cash as possible when we do hit that bottom, I think is a good idea. But there's going to be plays like this that can moon. You know what I mean? I don't know. Not financial advice, Hills, but I probably wouldn't stay in it. Because I just think I don't know. I think the EV crunch is going to slow down over the next 2 years with a bit of a different, not administration, but as far as the U.S. government goes, I don't think we'll see as big of green investments and as much being pushed towards EVs and stuff. So, and again, I don't know exactly what Velodyne's LiDAR is. If it's automobile, if it's LiDAR like in AR, VR type stuff. Yeah, very. And what's even funnier, Michael J. This is an old argument that gets ignored, but here goes. Cigs are legal, laced with multiple toxins, but grass is illegal. Yeah, and what's even worse is that cigarettes are FDA approved. So if you ever get the inkling to think you know, the FDA only is worried about safety and stuff like that, then that's military play. Okay, so then that one, again, you still may see some downside, but I think when it comes to military spending, Hills, especially over here, I don't think it matters. Left, right, center, it doesn't matter. Military spending will be just as high, whatever side's in there. They may talk a different game, but they're both warmongers. When it comes to leadership, all it takes is just listening to the drums of war that both sides are pushing out right now. So I think that could be a little bit troubling for McCarthy as he tries to push forward with what he's doing, having dinner with Hunter Biden, things like that. I don't know. But yeah, I think when you're talking about a military play, I don't know enough about when the contracts come out, Hills. So that would be something I would look into maybe on that to see when those contracts are awarded. I don't even know if there is like a straight time frame, like if they issue contracts this time of year, that, you know what I mean? But and I don't have any military plays in my portfolio right now, but that would be something I would want to look into to see kind of when those are rewarded, what they're up for, and things like that. Like I said, it's tough because you got a stock like this. It's beaten down, but is it at the bottom? And like this week, I would be afraid to hold anything that I'm iffy going into CPI, going into JPOW, because I just have a feeling we've seen that run off JPOW signaling a pivot, but then you get this jobs report. You get the wage inflation report that comes with that. How do you justify stopping? Inflation is obviously still out of control. I'm sure there's some numbers that say it's coming down a little bit. I mean, that's the thing, though, Hills. It probably would on a government contract. I think government contracts more than anything because that's guaranteed money. I mean, obviously nothing's guaranteed, so let me roll that back a little bit. But it's usually something that's pretty stable. But then you have the competition end of it too, Hills. Obviously, those are the contracts that people are vying for the most. So take that into consideration as well. And the market's still falling. The Dow now down 1.15%. The S&P down 1.44%. And the NASDAQ down 1.5%. Yeah, he seemed a little chummy with them though, Junk Savvy, some of his words. I don't trust that guy. I don't think he's I just don't I don't trust him. I don't trust anybody. I like you guys. I trust you guys. I don't trust any politician. That's my hang up. I don't expect anybody. I hope that you guys have politicians that you've been able to trust over the years and that you can find trust in. There's a few. They're few and far between, though. Few and far between. It is my pleasure, Hills. My pleasure. See, that's the other thing I don't get. Like so it would have been let's just replace McCarthy with whoever, but if he would have said, hey, this guy was involved in corruption with his dad, I'm not going to attend it. He has no right to be there, and he should be in prison. Maybe the French would have felt a little slighted. I think Americans would have said, like, okay, hey, somebody finally standing up for us. But it's just like Elon. Elon wants to impress me. I mean, this stuff is all cool on Twitter. It's been a good time. But you want to impress me, get your hands on that Epstein list. If you're really Iron Man like you think you are, Elon, let's get that list out. Yeah, no, I agree. But that's what we need is we need somebody to go off of, to go outside of the box. And I don't mean in a Trump type way and just start being insulting, just somebody to not worry about that political correctness, but in a different way, not on a personal level where you just throw insults, but just go against the grain, expose everybody, do what Trump promised to do. You're going to drain the swamp. Well, that's a great thing to do. But when you got a marsh in your own backyard and you just want to drain the swamp down the street, that don't work either, man. You got to drain the whole swamp. Yeah, I liked some Ron Paul. I liked him. I have to say I didn't follow as much when he was in, but I liked a lot of his stuff. I like Rand Paul. I don't know a lot about Rand Paul as far as policy. Things like that, but I love a guy that's willing to drag Fauci in and make him answer for himself, especially somebody educated, somebody who is a doctor, so somebody that knows what they're talking about. And he's been calling Fauci out for the last 2 years. Now it's time for them to put their money where their mouth is, and let's see if anything happens. But don't get too excited that somehow, other than slandering in the public eye and stuff like that, don't be shocked if there isn't a turncoat thing. You know, just like Democrats weren't shocked when the squad ran. The squad ran on a couple different things, right? One of their big things was Medicare for all, or Medicaid, Medicare, whichever one would be for everybody. That was one of their big things. They had the perfect opportunity last year to at least force a vote, right? Pelosi needed their votes to get the speaker. They got all, they were voted in on the premise that they want to help people. They want to, they want health insurance for everybody. They wouldn't even put a vote. They wouldn't even bring it to the table because they're bought and sold. So I'm just saying, I'm not comparing those people with but I'm just saying, if you don't see anything exposed, don't be surprised. KITT. Is that kittens.com? Nope. Nauticus Robotic. Formerly kittens.com. Okay, so hey, the past is past. Now you're back to even, Arctic Fox. Up 25% of the day. 450 on Nauticus Robotic. Yeah. Oh, I agree. I do say that they call it a global stage for a reason, Lobo. They do. And I think Billy Shakespeare or somebody else said it before me. I stole it from Rush. All the world's a stage. We are merely players, performers, and portrayers. Yeah. Yeah. You ever want to sound intelligent if you're around some people you don't really know? Always could go to Rush lyrics. If you want to sound like intelligent and profound at the same time, bust out a Rush lyric on somebody. Works every time. Oh, you got some weird gaps to fill on this KITT. Some strange stuff happening right here. You got that gap, this little one. Need some volume though, Arctic Fox. Need some volume. Look at this. Look at how low this volume is today, with it still moving. Only 54,000 trades. Up against a 1.13 million average. So low volume pushing this up, Arctic. But you start getting volume pushing into it, you can you might see that $5. I like the way Rush said it though better. Yeah, very true. Very true, Junk Savvy. And I'm not saying that they're the only ones that don't uphold campaign promises. I think it's something that can be compared to. You know, we've got high hopes, or I do anyways. I think a lot of people do, and it's not that I want to see one side win and, you know, one side lose. I want to just see some accountability, and most of it for me has to do with Fauci and people like that I think need to be brought to justice. Okay, I think he should be right in the gulag, right next to FTX dude. Bring that girl that just got 19 years or whatever. She was one of the biggest scam artists in history too. and you have people like Cory Booker vouching for her. Oh, I think she can still do a lot of good. Okay, so she made up a bullshit blood testing device, scam people out of billions of dollars, but you think that she should just be given some leniency. Idiots. All right, guys, it is 12:07. The lunchtime is upon us. Elizabeth Holmes, yeah, scam artist. Like, I'm not saying she's not intelligent, and maybe she could have invented something that really worked, but she didn't, and she scammed people. And my problem with that is you will never know the damages that lady did. You can never put a dollar amount. You can never put people's lives that were lost, that were misdiagnosed, undiagnosed. Yeah, I don't think she should ever see the light of day again. That's my personal opinion. It's bad enough when you scam money. Money, it can be replaced. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that makes it any better. But you scammed a health system that's already in shambles, and the people that were getting scammed, again, it's not just all financial. Insurance will work all that stuff out. But what about these people that, like I said, were misdiagnosed, undiagnosed because your blood tests weren't really blood tests? Yeah, but they know how to play the game, Junk Savvy. That's the thing. So, like, the squad's excuse on that was, well, it's not going to pass, so it's not worth coming to power. It's not worth to putting it to a vote because it's not going to pass. Well, no. Pelosi needed your votes. Pelosi needed those 6 votes for her to be Speaker of the House. That's how you get what you want. But again, it's a farce what they want. Yeah, big time, Hills. Big times. I'm not sure what happened to Daria there, Lobo. Her father is somebody, so I'm sure nothing's going to happen to her. Her father was the MIT professor and used to be Gensler's boss, I think, allegedly. Yeah, and I don't think there was any repercussions from that, Hills, with the Robin Hood glitch. And there's people that have, I've heard some really awful things about that online, where people are like, well, he should have known that he really did, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. If you're somebody, okay, obviously the kid was going through something else, right? You have to assume. I don't know him. I don't know the situation. But obviously that was like the icing on the cake. So to take that off of Robin Hood and put it on who I consider a victim in this case is bullshit. And that's what they did. That's exactly what they did. But even that, I mean, what can they give them, Hills, that'll bring them back? Like, I hope they do get rewarded something, but it sucks. It sucks. I have a good friend who lost his dad in a car accident where the other person was completely at fault. It was a large trucking company. He got a good settlement out of it, and it didn't change anything. If anything, it probably made things a little harder for him. I hate to say that in the end. It's tough. It's tough. Oh, that girl fled? Well, we probably allowed her to flee. It's just funny. So I think I was telling you, Junk Savvy, Friday night when that Twitter dump came out, I was out driving, so I couldn't kind of watch it in real time. But I was listening. I was in a Twitter space, and I was listening to Kim.com, If you guys remember him, he's the guy. He had created Mega Upload back in the early 2000s. He was I forget what nationality is, but at the time he was in New Zealand, and the U.S. raided his house in New Zealand, went in with helicopters. This whole big to-do over copyright charges, over U.S. copyright charges that didn't even exist in New Zealand. But just seeing what, and now let's just say that those copyright charges were true. I don't know the extent. I started looking into it a little bit. But that's just money, right? He wasn't robbing everyday people. He technically, allegedly, may have been taking money out of the movie studios, things like that, okay, on Mega Upload. But you see what they did to him. Now you get a guy like this that may or may not allegedly have cost people a lot of money, and he's living in the Bahamas. Oh, wow. That's what happened. The kid emailed in the automated system. Yeah, I remember that coming up at court now that you say that. The automated system told him everything was accurate. He emailed a few times and nobody put an automation. Nobody but an automation got back to him. And the funny thing was they said in court, Hills, after that, that they would make sure, and now I don't use Robinhood, but I have talked to some of you guys and other people that do, and have been told that they absolutely do not have like a number that you can talk to somebody now, which in front of Congress, they said that was one of their biggest concerns, and I'm so thankful to be here. This reminds me of when I was a young boy in Bulgaria, and it is such an honor to be asked these questions today. I would just first and foremost like to thank you for asking me these questions, and really without these questions, we'd be left with just answers. So again, thank you for asking these questions today. And oh yeah, we'll work on getting that hotline up. The gentleman yields his time, because that's what it was. That's what it was. We all remember that hearing, February of 2021. Roaring Kitty absolutely killed it. To this day, some of the best congressional testimony I've ever seen. But what came out of it? Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing. We get a little show. We get a little WWE style show in a hearing where one side's the heels, one side's the baby face, one side will try to make the witness look good, one side will try to make the witness look bad, and then they all go out to lunch with each other and laugh at us. Well, they may be closer than we think, Lobo. They may be. Well, and I've mentioned this before, Lobo. Just like how Elon will say, like, we're already a cyborg, basically, with our phones, even though they're not implanted in us. And I think that's a valid argument. Obviously, it's there's some nuance to it, but I can understand that. But the same also goes for social credit scores. Okay, so you look at a country like China, where you're actually enforced, by what you do, what you say, things like that. Your online presence determines if you're going to be able to eat or not. Now, we might not be to that level yet, Lobo, but typical American fashion, where our government finds a way for its people to do the dirty work, right? So I would say that we've already implemented a social credit score. It's just not the one that we think it is. How many people, and it's only one-sided because we're in this point in time. The next time that this happens, if the sides may be completely different. It's the issue at hand. How many people are afraid to let their work know which side of the aisle they're on, who they support, who they voted for president, what they think about COVID, things like that. I would argue that we do it to ourselves. The whole cancel culture thing, the whole stuff like that. Why does the government need to step in and put their boots on our throat when we do it to each other? We do it to each other. And until, again, I hate to always make it political, but it's the truth in this country right now. If you don't see that, you're blind. If you don't see the divide between, I don't even want to say left and right, because it's not, because there's so much more people right in the middle that just want to cling to a side for whatever reason, man. Shed those sides. I'm not saying shed your beliefs. If you have liberal beliefs, stick with those beliefs. Find candidates that represent what you believe in. If you have conservative beliefs, I'm not saying throw those beliefs out the window by any means, but hold these people responsible. That's what we need. We need people to hold their own parties responsible, because the other side has no problem slinging dirt. And it doesn't matter until people hold their own sides accountable. I'm about to become a registered Democrat and Republican just so I can go talk shit to both of them, because they both stink. And on that note, I'm going to go get some lunch and take the dogs out, do that kind of stuff, and then go get the boy. But it has been my pleasure thus far. I encourage you guys to go do the same. Maybe go get some lunch, get a snack, and maybe we can bring this market back to life in the second half of the day. What do you think? Okay, a little bit of upside. S&P down 1.35%. The NASDAQ down 1.42%. And the Dow Jones down just over 1%. Yeah, and it goes on every side. It goes on, it's just strange. Yeah, I can understand that, Junk Savvy. I was a representative of my employer, not myself. It's understandable. And I'm not even talking about controversial issues, I'm just people afraid to just whatever. They're either, and it either goes to from one extreme or the other. You have people that are afraid to, maybe not necessarily, support one side or another, because someone's going to hate them for whatever. It's just like me. The minute that I call this administration out, I'm a conservative. But then the minute that I say Trump sucks, well, then I'm a left-wing nut job. I don't care what people label me as, and I'll challenge anyone that. And this isn't me being mean. I would challenge anyone that would like to put a label on me to sit down and have a talk with me, and I think you would see exactly why I don't put labels on myself. There's a lot of liberal ideas that I agree with. There's a lot of conservative ideas that I agree with. There's a lot of things that I hate about the right, a lot of things I hate about the left, a lot of things I like about both of them. And that's where I base my opinions on. I don't think it has to be an all or nothing. And that's me. That's all. I'm not saying my views are right or my opinions are right, but they're mine. And people fought for me to have these rights. Well, just because you think that everything I say is right-wing, Hills, just because I'm not I'm not pro send all our money to another country and bend the knee and stuff like that. I've been called left-wing plenty of times, but you didn't know me during the Donald Trump administration, Hills, because again, you think I'm a big Trump supporter and this and that. Well, I criticize Trump just as much as the next guy. Just as much as I criticize Biden, I criticize Trump. And when I did that, I was called left-wing, because that's how dumb people are. I'm not saying you, but I'm saying just because you oppose something doesn't mean you automatically support something else. But that's the misconception. That's exactly what it is, where if you speak out, even if you're a Democrat and you speak out on this administration, then, oh, you must be some Trump-loving anti-vaxxer, blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, for the party that claims to be tolerant and accepting, they sure like to put labels on a lot of people and sure like to throw stones at them. Yeah, did you go all the way back to 2008, Hills, when I voted for Obama and when I was preaching Obama? Did you go back and see me celebrate Obama's victory? I know that proved how right-wing I am. Did you see that? Did you go watch the video of me in my city during a Black Lives Matter march? Did you see that one? Because I'm sure that didn't make me right-wing. So, you know, you can stalk my Facebook and come up with an opinion, but I'm telling you right now, I am an independent. Whether you want to believe me, I could give two shits. But, you know, I don't tell anybody here that you're this or you're that. I don't really appreciate when people tell me that I'm something that I'm not. That's all. Exactly, Randy. Exactly. You know how I felt about Trump at the time? Why? Because before he ran, my kid happened to look like Trump when he was a baby with that stupid haircut. So I dressed him up as Trump and I lost about 60 friends on Facebook because liberals are so goddamn immature that they can't handle somebody with a different opinion. And I wasn't even endorsing them. That's for dressing my kid up. You know what, though? I could have dressed him up as Obama and nobody on the right would have defriended me. That's kind of the difference. Well, you obviously are left-wing. That's obvious. I mean, you've told me you are. I don't assume you are. I know you are. If you said I'm an independent, I'd say, okay, you're an independent. I mean, I don't know what else you need to say to say you're left-wing, which is fine. It's not a bad word. Like, being left isn't that's my point, Hills. Is like, you can be like, these aren't bad words. Republican isn't a bad word. Democrat isn't a bad word. The people that support them aren't bad. It's that word at the higher level. What's up, Doors R Us? How you doing? Nah, this is just healthy debate, man. Healthy debate. Healthy debate. We all grow from these kind of conversations. That's all. How you doing, Amir? Long time no see, man. I feel like I ain't seen you in ages. I hope everything's good. I know you've been staying busy. Doors R Us coming in with that super chat. Not necessary, brother. Yeah, and that's fine, Hills. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, I think I was talking to you kind of about liberals here in America, and like, yes, like their ideas are great, and classic liberals that do want to help people, but at some point, when a party waves a carrot in front of a minority's face for so long without actually changing anything, you have to question their intentions. You know, their intentions aren't to lift minorities out of poverty. They're actually the complete opposite. Now, I'm not saying that Republicans on the other side are trying to lift minority, but Republicans, I will say, they don't give a shit about color. They care about green. They want less government. They want money. The other side, and I think there's great people on both sides. I think there's people that think 100% that they're doing the right thing, and maybe they are. Who the hell am I to know what the answers are, you know? Yes, and it's become far too easy too, Junk Savvy. With online, it's easy to just discredit somebody, and we all do it, including myself. We all fall for that. If you stand for this one thing, take any issue, take abortion, take gun rights, take any hot button issue. 99% of the time, if you voice your opinion on that, you get put into a box with every other issue, and you have to be, you have to feel the same way about all of them. If you're pro this, that means you're anti this, and it's like, no, I'm there's a lot of middle ground. No, I just think my politics is fine. I just don't like being labeled as something that I'm not, because I don't just vote on party. Again, at this moment in time, I think the far left is out there. I think the far right is too. I just think, as corny as it sounds, that meme that Elon put up a long time ago with the shift of the middle to the right, that's just how it is. Well, exactly, Lobo. And that's the thing. I think classic liberals are about liberal, you know what I mean? Freedom. But again, I don't think, you got to remember too, though, Lobo, that some of these, they're following their leadership. As much as we like to say, well, you shouldn't look up to politicians, you shouldn't idolize them, this and that. I don't think we should idolize them, but at the same time, there's a reason why these are called leadership roles. And it starts at the top down. It's just like, how do you look at a normal, like, how do you look at debt and say, you know what, I should spend responsibly, I should do all this, when you look at the top of your government and you just see it's like watching your parents. If your parents aren't nice people, odds are you might not be a nice person, or vice versa. If your parents set a good example, you're going to follow it. But when the parents, the adults that are supposed to be handling stuff, don't handle it, this is what we're left with. Hey, tiny boxes, you're beautiful, you're beautiful. I can't do no what's his name, James Blunt. Yeah, I'll disagree on that one, Hills. I'll disagree on that one. And that's the guides that they used to pull the wool over our eyes this last time around. And like I told you before, if there's a reason to use that, it's okay. But when you threaten, you take away people's livelihoods for something that was never tested. Never tested. You hear that? Never tested. No testing to see if it stopped transmission. None. So, Lionel, what's up, buddy? So that whole greater good, we need to change the system for the greater good. That's all a bunch of bullshit is what it is. And, I won't fall for that again. That's, hopefully other people won't either. And that's just one example. I mean, the greater good, yes. Everybody should be safe. But that doesn't also mean that you that anything that lays outside of the normal that we have to adapt as normal. Just like there's some people born with one arm. It sucks, but we haven't changed the definition of a human to a one-armed person because of an outlier. We don't say, well, humans are born deaf because certain people are. No, we don't do that. Yeah, that's true too. Your parents suck so bad you go to the complete opposite. I've noticed that with cigarettes, Tiny. I've noticed a lot of people whose parents, like my generation, my friends, I noticed a lot of people that their parents smoked cigarettes, they don't. Interesting. I guess I would think it would be the other way around, but Yeah, we need more Randys of the world. Randy! Yes, yeah. I'll give you that, Arctic Fox. As they should. As they should. I like to call them handy capable, Arctic Fox. I like that one, Brina. Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Yeah, I agree. And, don't get me wrong. I am not trying to throw stones at people that tried to do the right thing during the pandemic at all. At all, at all, at all. That is not what this is about. I know we were all trying, I know everybody was trying to do the best they could. Unfortunately, we were misled. That's the problem. It's not the problem of people that were, it's a tough situation because again, we can't attack each other with this. We need to get the facts out there, get the truth out there, and then have the conversations. Well, I really don't, Hills. I'm sorry that I don't agree. It's hypocrisy. It's like right now. The trucker convoy. I'm sure that there was some bad things about it. I'm not saying it was all sunshine and lollipops. I know there was bad actors and stuff like that. But how did you guys shut that down? But then you cheer on protests in China over the exact same thing. That's the part I'm confused about. So you don't support, and I'm not saying you, I'm saying your leadership and America's leadership. You don't support when citizens of your own country protest something, but then you support citizens in another country protesting the same thing. That Benjamin Franklin quote was taken out of context? I don't know about that. I don't know. Is that the quote you're talking about? I don't. I don't know. I don't know how that could really be taken out of context, but I'm willing to listen. And it's not just physical stuff either, Hills. It's like the stock market, right? We watch these hearings, we watch stuff like that. And what do they always talk about when they talk about we need to be protected from ourselves. We're too dumb to know how to trade stocks, so we need something to help the people so that they, Yes, they do. Well, yeah, that's because in Benjamin Franklin's time, the flu killed way more people than 0.008% of the people that got it. So he had real shit to deal with. He was out there catching. I mean, if you played Oregon Trail, you know the type of stuff. He was getting dysentery. He wasn't worried about the China flu. That's why. And it wasn't just about privacy. It was about privacy. It was about safety. Again, Hills, I'll ask you to watch one video that you told me was a crazy conspiracy video. And then just tell me if you feel the same about everything that was put out. In that video, you can find it. It's not a conspiracy video. It's Pfizer talking in front of Parliament in Brussels, which is the main location of the European Union. And when asked under oath, was any testing done on on stopping the transmission of the disease? And the gentleman even said it in English after I forget what his native language was, but he said it in English so that there was no misunderstanding. And her words were no. So you have something that was never tested to stop the spread. Now, I'm not saying that it wasn't helping people, that it wasn't preventing hospitalizations. Maybe it was, but it was never tested to stop the spread. Yet people came out and told us, if you take this thing, you will 100%. They didn't say 98. They didn't say 99. They said you 100% will not get COVID, will not spread COVID. And then they kind of eased it down. Oh, well, it's only 98. Oh, it's only 96, 95, 94, 93. Well, it's only 16% effective, guys. But hey, it's all done now. Get a booster. So if you think that lie was okay, then that's fine. That's fine. But I don't think lying, and I don't think that I'll ever trust a health organization or anything like that to tell me what to do with my body. That's just me. The same way that I think a woman should have that right. Yeah, and what's even more terrifying is this. When we talk about ivermectin, since you're allowed to now on YouTube, the reason that they shut ivermectin down wasn't because it wasn't just the money off it, although it was out of patent. It was because they couldn't get the emergency FDA approval, whatever it's called, however you word it, if there is a treatment. So instead, they demonized the treatment, called it horse dewormer, called it everything else so that they could get their approval. That's what it was about. I like that, Grumpy. The media sells it and you live the story. Yeah. Tiny. Privacy died when all the birds became government spies. I've been looking at birds funny every time you say that. Oh yeah, you want to if you didn't take it, you wanted to kill everybody's grandma, Sabrina. Trust me. I was told that I'm ignorant. I was told that I'm selfish. I was called a lot of things, and I forgive all that. I'm not trying to be a told you so kind of guy. I just wish people wouldn't, instead of doubling down when people have a misunderstanding of something, maybe have a more open mind and say, wow, okay, I can see maybe we were a little bit misled. That's all. You got to look at the big pictures, guys. That's what and I don't mean to sound preachy, and I don't mean to make light out of individual cases, but it's the big picture, because these individual cases still become a partisan issue, whether it's a left, right, whether it's a vax, anti-vax. I'm by no means anti-vax. You know, my son's got all his regular vaccines, things like that. I trust medicine that's been proven, medicine that's been around, medicine that's been properly tested. Not something that they throw together overnight, you know. I'm just talking about people in general. Not everybody. I don't live in an echo chamber, Hills. I have plenty of friends that were didn't want me around them. You know what I mean? Didn't want people that weren't vaccinated in their house. Things like that. And again, it's not that these people were assholes. It's that they were buying a false narrative. Like and it's not that they're dumb or anything either. First off, most people don't have time to go deep into the news. Most people see the news, the headlines, and they take it for what it is. And It's not out of ignorance. It's just people have busy lives. And people, I wish I could be those people. I wish I never went down a conspiracy rabbit hole in my life. But once you see things the way they are, you can't unsee them. You dig? So, yeah, no, I know, Joe Savvy, and it's tough. It's tough. And not that anybody expected. So, when you roll out one thing for billions of people, there's gonna be side effects. Like I hate to say that, like callously, like, but I think part of it is because the rush to put it out, the rush to make money, and whatever. Well, and that's why those things should have been being conducted by doctors and stuff like that, Sabrina. Just like anything else. And I get it. We were panicking, but like, I don't know. Again, Hills, I'll agree to disagree, which is fine. I've known far more vaccinated people who've gotten COVID than those who haven't. So I don't know if it did anything to stop the spread. I don't know if lockdowns did anything to stop the spread. Again, considering that they didn't test it on transmission, I don't think we'll ever have those numbers. But it just shouldn't have been forced. It shouldn't have been forced, and people shouldn't have been told that because they wanted to make a medical decision for themselves, that they wanted to kill grandma. Or like your president, Hills, your president said if you didn't get the vaccine, you were a racist, you were a misogynist. And then I like how he came out recently and lied and said that he didn't say that, but yet the tape's right there of him saying it. That's the most asinine argument out there, too, Hills. I remember you told me that when my ex-wife got COVID and had 104-degree fever, you told me that that's a sign that the vaccine works. And I never laughed so hard in my life. I never laughed so hard in my life, because that's a sign that it works, that a 42-year-old healthy woman is almost hospitalized after getting a vaccine. That proves that it works. Bullshit, Hills. It was marketed as that. And again, I'll show you the marketing. It wasn't this will help you deal. It will stop the spread. You won't get it. I'll show you Fauci saying it. I'll show you Biden saying it. I'll show you Peppermint Patty saying it. I'll show you Ralph. What's that chick's name on Ralph Maddow? I'll show you him saying it. Everybody else. I'll show you Pfizer. What about Pfizer? What about Pfizer tweeting 100% effective at stopping the spread? 100%. So you might want to relook at that marketing. But again, it was marketed. I mean, that might have been the marketing to the good people and not the racist misogynists that didn't want to take it, according to Trudeau. You can assume whatever you want, Hills. Just because you assume it doesn't make it reality. So you were able to take the numbers when they said this 100% will stop the spread, and you were able to say they probably don't really mean that. So I'm not going to really expect it to stop the spread. Is that what you're telling me? Did it protect you? Well, okay. Protect is a very strange word. It's all normal, Tiny. It's all normal. Don't ask questions. Don't ask questions. All these healthy young people. It's normal. And I'm not saying that healthy people don't die, because they do. Unfortunately, there is stuff, but and well, then I guess they didn't even have to sell you. They just said, "Hey, here's a vaccine." Vaccine, well, that's the other thing, Hills. They changed the definition of vaccine too, so there's that. But typically, vaccines protect you from getting it. She's from Canada, Tiny, where the only people that weren't taking the vaccine were racist, most times misogynists, and definitely climate deniers. Again, Trudeau's words, not mine. Okay, well, hey, you got some truth, Hills. Again, that's good. I'm glad that there's people in the healthcare world on an individual basis that gave you the truth. Again, these aren't my words, me saying that it's 100% effective. This was, again, our president, the White House press secretary, every talking head out there. But I mean, I will say that that gives me a little hope, Hills, that there's still independent thinkers in the health world. But now, with that being said, Hills, so you knew that it wasn't going to stop you from getting COVID or stop you from spreading it, but yet you still thought that it was okay for the government to force it on people? Or do you think that losing your job, that they didn't force it, you had a choice, you could lose your job or get it? Well, I think we could all say what our personal experiences were, but that's the problem, Hills. That's anecdotal evidence isn't evidence. I didn't get the vaccine. I have never got COVID since then. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Does that mean, so because of my anecdotal proof, does that mean that, it doesn't mean nothing. It just means what happened to me. Now, I'm glad you're safe, and I don't think that I don't think the mission, now let me just make that very clear. I don't think that the shot was put out to kill everybody. I don't think that was it. I don't think it was, oh, they want to kill everybody. No. I think the people that are dying are unwanted side effects that from a number one, rushing to get it out, and then number two, producing something for millions, if not billions of people the same. With just us who are in here, if we all got together and took a Tylenol or an aspirin, it would have different effects on all of us, So when you're dealing with something like that, like, there should have been way more individual, getting to the bottom of things. Well, that's why I asked. That's why I asked you, Hills. That's why I asked if you thought it was okay to be forced. That's all. Okay, that was a genuine question. That wasn't a gotcha. Yeah, that's Bill Gates. That's Bill Gates. But this is the thing with that. This is where, and trust me, Lobo, I love to be a conspiracy theorist, but this is where that theory loses steam. So you've got people that say this was created to kill people. Let's just go very hypothetical, complete tinfoil, guys. This is not reality. But if they wanted to kill off a portion, let's just say that we're watching life like a movie right now. Okay? If the powers that be, whoever you think they are, if they wanted to depopulate, wouldn't they depopulate the rebellious people? Like, they wouldn't want to do away with the compliant people who, were trying to do the right thing, whatever. They would want to get rid of the free thinkers, the people that might fight back against them. That's why I don't think that it's like a purposeful, we want to kill people off with this thing. I just think that when you rush something out like that with no clinical trials, you're going to have effects. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm sure some of the doctors working on it, like, I don't think that it's just an evil top to bottom industry. I think there was probably scientists, doctors, whoever works in that field of developing something that were busting their ass probably day in, day out, trying to come up with something to cure this thing. I don't doubt that for a minute. And who knows? Who knows? This isn't something that happens all the time. We can all speculate, and hindsight is always 2020. 100%. Yeah, it was gonna be wasn't winter. It was gonna be the dark winter last year. Well, you noticed that they had to stop saying their catchphrase too, pandemic of the unvaccinated, because it's simply not true. Oh, carry on, Hills. I've stayed an extra hour to carry on with you. Come on now. As long as it's all respectful. No, I think you're right 100% there too. People did what they thought was best for themselves and their families at the time. Yeah, I think that's the thing, is we do need to get past all the told you so's or the this or the that. No, none of us do, Hills. It's the only way that we can find answers, because you can't have these conversations in a lot of places. Yeah, my mom and my sister did at the beginning, just so they could fly. Just so they could fly. I didn't hate on them. I didn't, whatever. And that's how it should have been. Like, if everybody should have had the right to consult with their doctor, see if it was good for them, and then go with it like everything else. That's all. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And that's the thing, Lobo. We all were trying to do what was best. Anybody that claims that they knew what was going on from the beginning, they're full of shit. This was an unprecedented, once in a lifetime kind of event that we had nothing to compare it to. There was no blueprint. There was no some authorities handled it better than others. Some didn't. What scares me is like this talk of, when you listen to the WEF, when you listen to stuff like that, they're already talking about the next pandemic. Like, these things should just happen all the time. That scares me. Yeah, I'm on that side. I'm on that side too, Hills. I don't wish harm on anybody. I don't, you know, but I also want people to be able to make decisions for themselves. That's all. And hey, we still got it better than a lot of places. We can complain, which is our right, but there's still no place in the world I would rather be than right here. I will always be proud to be an American. I'm proud to be neighbors with the good folks up north. Don't ever get that twisted. Don't ever twist my griping with anti-patriotic or anything like that. I might not always be proud of some of the things that America does as a government, but I'll always be proud to be a part of the American people, no doubt about it. Yeah, definitely, Michael. It was tough. It was tough because you didn't know. And I mean, think of how it started. Think of what we were shown. Think about the early videos coming out of China with people just dropping dead in the streets. So that should tell you where they wanted this thing to go from the beginning. You know, that was what was scary because no one knew. And then we all had moments, right? We all had a moment when like, okay, this is really happening. For me, personally, it was when they shut down March Madness. They canceled the NCAA because at first I'm just like, this is whatever, overblown. And then when they shut down March Madness, I'm like, wait a minute. This is people with real money being affected by this now. Like, this might be something serious. I was, Hills. I was. Luckily, I didn't have any grandmas, so you should have seen people's faces when they'd be like, oh, you want to kill your grandma? I'd be like, haha, she died in 84, bitches. Like, oh, okay. Well, and Hills, it's also about regionalization, right? Like, I don't expect how New York handled it. I'm sure that there's other states that people had a completely different experience. I had a governor that was shipping people with COVID to nursing homes to kill other nursing home people. So, but all you got to do, little pro tip, if any of you guys ever get a high appointed government position and you kill a bunch of people, a good rule of thumb, go ahead and sexually harass somebody, but not to the point that you can get charged. Just like an ass grab, you know what I mean? A honk honk, a couple of those. Because then what they'll do is then they'll fire you, but they'll just fire you for that, and they'll let all the dead senior citizens would just go ahead, and that didn't happen. So that's a pro tip. That's today's tip on how to succeed in politics. Yeah, and I know people personally, Lobo. That is something I can say. I know people who were personally affected by that, who not only lost their grandparents, but they weren't even allowed to see them. They weren't even allowed to see them. You usually got to pay double for that, Hills. I'm gonna watch that movie tonight now, Hills. My favorite right after that is when he's giving the speech. He was like, and then you take the early flight home and your wife pops out with plus that dude's one of my favorite actors, the what's his name? The guy that said it, the black dude that was at the door. He was just like, I'm here for the gangbang. That's so awkward. Like once you know the scene, Hills, that like 2 minutes between when he comes in and he catches her, he sees what's on TV, and he thinks that, she's just into it, and it's just that awkward moment knowing that the dude's gonna come out with the blindfold and stuff. Oh, that movie's so good. And that is, for anybody that doesn't know, just so you don't think Hills is being disgusting, that is a quote from a great Will Ferrell movie called Old School. Well done. Well done. I get it out. Well, actually, I can. I'm suspended from Reddit, so I can't get my angst out over there, Hills. I've been doing quite a lot of tweeting lately, though. Probably. On a few of those issues, most likely. There's, because I don't think Hills, that our difference of opinions are as far off as it might appear. I don't think it's like you think it's black, we think it's white. I think there's a lot more middle ground. And again, these kind of conversations have to take place, or we're never gonna move forward. Oh, that was not a movie quote. Not a movie quote. Gotcha. That's my other favorite one too. At the beginning of since we were talking about grown-ups, at the beginning when Selma Hayek congratulates Maya Rudolph on the pregnancy, and she just looks at her and she's like, "What the hell are you talking about?" Oh, that's great. If I was ever a pregnant woman, I would be messing with people every time they congratulated me. Every single time. I'm not yelling. There ain't no yelling. In the words of Samuel L. Hills, it's how I talk. All right, guys, it's 1:03. I am going to take a break now because I got to go get Nikki in a minute. But I appreciate the good conversation. And it is, I know you don't like that term, it's all love, Hills, but it really is. It really is. Again, when it comes to this kind of stuff, I'll never tell you you're wrong for feeling the way that you feel, especially with something on the scale of the pandemic. In all seriousness, we all experienced it very different, very unique ways. I think we need to put it in the past, admit that mistakes were made, hopefully don't fall for those same mistakes before, and just know, Hills, that like, I would like to think, and I can only speak for myself, that when evidence is put forward or anything, it's not to try to make you out like you were wrong about something. It's just to maybe in the future we look at things a little different. That's all. And I think if you realized that it's not people trying to dunk on you, it's people that genuinely care about you that can have these conversations. And I know and I know I probably come off as a jerk sometimes because I'm an emotional dude, and I'm not passionate about everything, but certain things I am. And I know when I'm passionate about something, I could be a jerk, and I can talk over people. I'm human, and I apologize for it, but I don't think that has to not be the intent of these conversations. Not to say I told you so, or not to say you were right and I was wrong. None of that. It's just to say, hey, we went through some shit. Okay, we not one of us came out of this pandemic unscarred. One way or another. And sure, like I seen what you said, Hills, you got to spend some time with the family and stuff. I love it. I love that there was an upside to it. I love that you found some upside. But even taking that into account, I'm sure that there's some stuff that you missed out on. And I'm not saying, oh, the government shut us down. No, just life. Like my son missed, pretty much 2 years of school. I'm not saying that's some individual's fault or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, you got to look at people as like as everybody went through some sort of trauma, whether it was minor, major, anywhere in between. And that's all. Just be accepting. And just know that at the end of the day, Hills, everything that I disagreed with, as far as forcing stuff, it wasn't you that was forcing it. It wasn't any other citizen that may have had the complete opposite view of me. They weren't the ones forcing it. You got to look at the hierarchies of who was doing it. That's all. And don't make it be a no, that's fine. My government tried to trick me, Hills, but I was too smart. That's all. Do you think that it was okay? Let me phrase it differently. Do you think that it was okay for your president, though, to label anybody that didn't get the vax as a racist and a misogynist and everything else? Was that really warranted? Like, I'm genuinely asking because I'm not familiar with the population and how they responded. But I know he did say that, and I know he recently denied it. Because I would argue that calling anybody that goes against you racist is a way of tricking people. Oh, prime minister, president. What's the difference? Oh wait, one of them gets elected in, and then you guys do your thing up there. I don't know how that works. Luca broke it down to me. So you vote for like party, and then they vote for something, and I'm very confused on that system. Yeah, that's all. Well, that's the thing, Tiny, and that's my thing was you would never hear somebody that didn't get the vaccine be mad at somebody who did, but somebody who did hated people that didn't. And it's like, well, if your vaccine works, why are you worried about me getting one? But again, so I'm just trying to figure out the thinking, Hills. This is all. You have to think for yourself. So it's okay for a leader to tell lies because you should have to think for yourself. So let me rephrase this, Hills. What if Donald Trump would have came out and said everybody that's on the other side is a racist, is a misogynist? Would that be the same way? And I'm not saying you. Oh, Hills. I'm not saying you feel that way. Don't take that. I am not by any means saying that. I'm trying to just figure out how people view things that come out of the prime minister's mouth. Like how, if they thought at the time, oh, well, he's right. Everybody that's against it is a racist. Like, that's all I'm trying to, that's all. Again, separation from government and personal. I'm not talking about you individually. I'm talking about the message that they're putting out there. You know what I mean? Yeah. I know what you're saying, Tiny. I know what you're saying. Still live, Nine. We're still going. We're in overtime, baby. I'm gonna send an Uber to pick up Nikki in a minute if we keep going. No, this is good conversation, man. I love just the discussion. I wouldn't even say that there's really disagreement going on. It's just seeing each other's side. That's all. That's all. But it's like I said, I can clown Trudeau, Hills, but I don't know his policies. He might be, for you guys, he might be a great leader. Like I said, I think he's a dumbass, may or may not allegedly be Castro's son. I don't know. But as far as like me having a political opinion on him, I don't know. Just like I'm sure there's people out there that think the same way about us. Like they might think Biden, they can judge him by what they see, but they, spy puts are printing. That's what I like to hear. Hold on one second. I just botched my. Oh, come on. So the S&P now down 1.56%, the Dow down 1.18, and NASDAQ down 1.68. That's respectable, and I think a lot of people did that same thing, Hills. And that's exactly where I say, Hills, how everybody had a different situation. I think you could have had two people that maybe, thought generally the same way, and maybe one of them didn't live with their elderly dad, one of them did. Obviously going to be two complete different experiences. I think that's a great example, Hills, of how in both situations. So say you have you who lives with your elderly dad, then you have somebody that's maybe a young healthy person that doesn't want to get it, because they're worried about their own health. Now both of you guys would be doing the same thing. Both of you guys would be doing what's best for you, what's best for your family, and could have two complete different outcomes. And I think both should have been accepted. That's all. No, our president doesn't have to check if it's okay with England, but he probably has to check and make sure China approves of it, and then he's got to get Zelensky's okay. So I think they got to jump through different hoops, but yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Lobo. Absolutely. Placing too much in people, especially those in power who don't know, will get you. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You always talk about, especially with the president, like we shouldn't have to rely on the president to do something to enrich our lives. America has some shortcomings, but we still have some of the greatest opportunities in the world right at our feet. You know what I mean? And it's always looking for them to make something better, make something. Oh, I need a person in power. Like they're really going to give a shit about me. Well, and Michael, I agree, because I think it's past the point of being funny or being a partisan issue. I think the fact that they're floating him running in 2024 is, I don't know. Rick Cogswell, the spy, was getting spanked like a little puppy. Let's take a look. So $400.86 on the spy, down 1.5%. Well, I don't think opinions differ that much there, Hills. I think people that got it to begin with will most likely continue on that path, and people that never got it to begin with aren't going to. I mean, once you've done it, I would think some of the fear is gone. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that sarcastically, Hills. Like, I think people that got it and didn't have any side effects or anything, I could see why they would get the booster. You know what I mean? And again, I don't hate on people if that's, it's just like masks. Like, I knew masks didn't do nothing. As far as the way things were set up. But I always wore one, and I didn't wear one because I was being a cuck. I wore one out of the courtesy of other people, because it was strange. And again, this is my personal experience, but in the early days of it, when I'd go grocery shopping, I didn't see young kids out. I seen all the people that were in that vulnerability. It was always super old people, like, and I always thought, like, why can't the younger people be out shopping? Quarantine these people, quarantine the people that are susceptible. Let's take care of them. Like, we could have rallied around senior citizens and people that had, immune compromised stuff, but instead, that's the people that I seen at Walmart, the people on oxygen, the people that shouldn't be out doing that. But I always wore a mask. regardless if I agreed with it or not. And that was out of respect for people around me. And I don't need to be a tough guy. I don't need to flash my views on me all the time. If me trying to make a statement is going to make some poor 70-year-old woman who is just trying to get some food for her whatever, like, then I'm an asshole if I do that. Okay. Now, obviously, things have changed. We kind of know what's what now, but yeah, ours wasn't doing. I mean, it depends. See, like, that's, and again, yours was probably handled different. Like mine, Hills, I had to put up with a jerk off winning an Emmy, a literal Emmy, in the form of Cuomo for his announcements every day. Like, we did it kind of the complete opposite. We did it the complete, and again, I don't think that everybody that was saying it like it was just a giant, conspiracy. I think that genuinely a lot of people were just trying to do the right thing. Oh, nice, John Savvy. You're not supposed to wear a mask according to a doctor. I wore them anyway out of respect for others. Yeah, it was a tough thing. Like, I didn't understand. Once it got to the point where it was like, okay, you have to wear it when you go in the restaurant, but then you can take it off to eat, and then you got to put it back on if you're. It's like, wait a minute. But again, I always wore it just out of respect for the people that just didn't know. It was terrifying because I remember Tennis called me one day after he was in line at a grocery store. He had just paid, and there was a young lady, an older lady behind him, and he said she had the mask on. He said you could just tell that this lady was so afraid just of the world around her, and she came up short on something. She didn't have something. Tennis stepped in, and he didn't call me to tell me about him stepping in. What he called me to tell me was, he was like, dude, this is messed up. People are afraid of everything now. These poor people that just follow mainstream media, they're so scared that just somebody coughing within 20 feet of them is going to kill. Like, there was just a lot of fear. Well, I would hope that there was common knowledge that they were able to differentiate a vaccine and a cure. Hills. I mean, that's a good thing. Yeah, and then you know what he did after that, Tiny? He started manufacturing his own. Remember when he started manufacturing his own hand sanitizer, Cuomo? The thing is, Hills, look into the Emergency Act. Look into what it took for Pfizer and Moderna and the rest of them to get those vaccines approved. It took not having a treatment. Okay, so think about that for a second. It took not having a treatment. Well, yeah, we were told to wear masks, socially distance, not get our hair cut, while the people that were telling us were doing all the shit that they were telling us not to do. So again, clown world. Yeah, there you go. Our government said the same thing, and then we caught them partying with no masks and no social distancing. Yeah, that's kind of when I started to know, like, okay. And then when they told me the flu numbers for that year too, I still can't believe that the flu, which kills what is it, 100,000 or so every year. The flu. I know the flu kills a good amount of people. I actually lost a friend like 10 years ago. Healthy 31-year-old girl died of the flu. So it happens. Except for 2020 and 2021. The flu, man. Took a vacation. So the flu basically did what Michael Jordan did, retired for 2 years, and then came back with a vengeance this year. So nah, I still got a little time. I still got a little time, Junk Savvy. It's only Wednesday when he gets out early. Today he gets out at 2:50 on every other day besides Wednesday, so I still got a little time. The SPY gonna fall under 399. It is too. My ma actually was taking him to the doctor today. He's still not getting over it. What kind of numbers, Hills? As far as what? Yeah, I thought he was doing a little bit better. He's been on that antibiotic for, it's been, I think 7 days today. So they thought he was starting to turn the corner, but apparently not. So I know my sister got him in. She wasn't able to get time off, so my mom, I think she's taking him at 2. So I told them to call me as soon as they know something. It's not to like bring it's just sad. Like, he's 13 and he's not a big kid, but like he's lost so much weight over the last 3 months. Like, he weighs less than my son at this point. So hopefully they can get it figured out. I mean, I don't think at this point it's anything, serious, but Appreciate that. Appreciate the thoughts. He's a little trooper, and he's got my name, so I'm sure he'll be strong. But yeah, I am going to go have a little lunch and then go pick up Nikki. And what do you guys say we meet back here around 3 o'clock, about an hour and a half, and finish the day strong? How's that sound? Appreciate that, Tiny Arctic Fox. Much love. Yeah, they thought that they got, well, and now my brother-in-law's a dentist, so he knows his stuff. My sister knows her stuff. The reason they're so pissed is they think that they gave him the wrong antibiotic originally. So that then, even when they gave him the right one, because he was just coming off of a different one, that the one that he needed isn't being as effective right now. Out of my league. My sister and her husband, both very educated, so they would know obviously much better than me. But yeah, they're like, they're on a warpath. Okay, the flu numbers. Yeah, I don't normally, I wouldn't normally look into them, but when a disease that a disease that's been around ever since I was born just magically disappears for a year. Like, could you imagine, Hills, if they would have been like, guys, cancer? Not one cancer patient this year. Can you believe it? You'd be like, wow, that's fucking weird. But when they said, hey, guys, we got this new flu from China, but that old flu, don't you worry about that flu. That's not coming around this year. So again, it's not so much about believing the numbers, Hills. It's that these are the numbers that media, that everybody, that people are supposed to trust in for information. These are the numbers they put out. These aren't numbers that I came up with. These are just numbers that we were presented, and nobody thought that was weird. Like, oh, okay, new flu kit, and then people will tell you it's because we masked and we social distanced that kept the flu away. We kept catching COVID from each other, but the flu, the masks stopped it. Junk Savvy coming in hot. Thank you so much. Yeah, not one influenza death. They're back this year. They can't. I told you they did the Michael Jordan. And Junk Savvy, thank you so much for that. And I will pass that message along. You know what I'll do is I'll have my Nikki pass that message along to him. But much appreciated. All right, guys, power hour. Let's do it all over again. What do you say? All right, yes, I'm really going to go now because I am going to loo my pants. I don't know how you say, but yeah, I got to pee again. That could be Hills. I'm not saying that for a fact. Like, I'm not saying that they were the same thing. I just find it weird. You know what I mean? Like, and probably, you know, I don't know. I just found it weird. I don't know exactly what happened. I just find it hard to believe that something that's so severe that we take a vaccine, or some people take a vaccine for every single year, just ups and disappears for a year. But then again, I'm not a virologist, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Select last night. So USEA was up over $4 too, guys. Hit 406, back down at 397. Again, if you're not following USEA, $1 dividend you need to be holding next Monday at the close of the day at 8 p.m. to get that dollar dividend on USEA. No, that would make sense, Hills, if those things really stopped it. And I mean, I'm sure that could put a dent into it. I think schools being closed probably would put a dent into it. And I could understand if there was lower numbers, Hills, but zero. I mean, this is the thing. If obviously people were still coming into contact, so people were able to were able to give each other COVID, but weren't able to give each other the flu. That's, yeah. Yeah, coffee breath was bad, Lobo. Coffee breath was bad. But I'll tell you what, there was always positives. There was always positives. My grocery shopping, I got it done so quick, you know, because you didn't have to talk to anyone. But that was the biggest thing for me that I missed. I'm a happy dude, man. Even if I'm not really happy, I try to spread happiness. And, like, not being able to give those casual smiles, you know, when you hold the door for somebody, or, you know, just little pleasantries, I think is what brought a lot of negativity. People just got more and more isolated, even when they were around people. That was what was tough, was being around people, but still being isolated, still, you know, not being able to really talk. And, like, I played the drums and stuff, so my hearing stinks as it is. Like, mask talking was a lot of, huh? What? Or just, yeah, and just keep saying until you get a look like. It's tough. Oh, you need to be holding by Friday? I thought you said the 11th, Junk Savvy. Maybe I got my dates wrong. Oh, okay. No, I don't have my dates wrong. So you've got to be holding by the 9th at the end of the day. Gotcha. SPY end of day. Let's look. Pick a number 1 through 10. I don't know, Lobo. I would probably, not financial advice, brother, but I would probably take some profits if you can. Don't try to get too greedy. Maybe teeter. I don't know. Yeah, if they would have just been downhills, I think what you said would have been right on. Like, yes, I think closing schools would have been the biggest one. Kids get the flu all the time. Kids are walking germs. But yeah, to go from what we had to 0 was a little bit, you know. All right, I'm really leaving this time, guys. Oh, you sold your SPY. Non-refundable. That's what I was talking to. Non-refundable. I don't know why I always get you two mixed up, Lobo, because you guys are both awesome. That's all. Don't ever take it personally. I actually take it as a compliment if I'm mixing you two up, because you guys are both awesome. No, all good. I don't know why I was thinking the 11th was a Monday for some reason, Junk Savvy. So just to clear up the USEA, need to be holding by 8 p.m. on Friday the 9th to get the dividend that'll be paid out in January, but the day. And then did I hear earlier, Junk Savvy, did you say even if you sell on the 12th, you're still entitled to that dividend? So even if you sold, and I think what you said, even if you sell in the pre-market, during the day, or the after hours on the 12th, that you would still be entitled. Oh yeah, non-refundable. He fine. Yo, he fine into the mug. Let's look, Martin. Let's look. Wow, hit that huge bing bing there. So I think you're right around this resistance right here, Martin. 520, 525. Then I think you get to this next level. If you make it through 5, let's say 529, 528, I would say next stop maybe 607, 610. I don't think masks helped. And as a matter of fact, Hills, a study came out that showed that masks actually did the opposite. I'll agree with social distancing. You don't need to be on top of people as it is, and washing hands. But I don't agree with the masks. The masks did more damage than they did good. And that's not my words. They're studies. What did they say? What was it? 9 out of 10 masks found to have like very harmful bacteria and other crap in them, and some cancer causing crap. I think it helped if you were sick. Like the Hills, you guys see that up there? I've been seeing it here since I could remember. So we have a lot of Asian tourists that come through here. I'm not sure if it's specific to China, Japan. I'm not sure. But you always see, like, well before this happened, you would see, like say you had a tour bus with 50 people in the wintertime, you would see 2 or 3 people wearing a mask, but it wasn't because it was because they were sick and they didn't want to spread what they had. It wasn't that they were looking for protection from something else. They were looking, and you know, you want to talk about child abuse. You put a kid in a school, you make them sit, you make them isolate to where nobody's within 6 feet of them, but you still make them sit there and wear a mask for 8 hours a day. So when it comes to me saying fuck my government, that'll be something that I always remember. And okay, if you think I'm overreacting or if you think this or that, tell me that you have a kid and you watched your kid have to play that song and dance. Or tell me even better, did you go through a yearbook and never have to say, oh, there's my, oh, wait, no, that's not him. Oh, there's a picture. And oh, wait, no, that's not him. Because it was all pictures of kids with masks. I couldn't even tell who my son was. Oh, Kate Upton trending for her birthday. Okay. You can sell on the 12th pre-market and still get dividend. Perfect. Appreciate that. All right. I would love to just stay here and talk, but I really got to pee. But thank you guys for this great conversation. Hills Bills, thank you for being a good sport. You know, it's we weren't trying to beat up on you, and I think we need to continue these kind of conversations. Who's Kate? I don't even know who. Why am I so lost? Who's Kate Upton and who is her husband? And why did DeGrom go to Texas, Nunya? I want answers. Who is this Kate Upton lady? And who's her husband? Or even better, Junk Savvy, how about when Fauci told us not to wear masks, then months later told us to wear masks, and then when he was asked why he lied, because there wasn't enough masks. Oh, Verlander? Are we giving him Saudi type money like they did for that soccer guy, almost $1 billion? I mean, Verlander, ain't he like 45? I'm so out of the loop. I want DeGrom back. Uh-oh. I'm going now. We awoke the beast. Not your tax money outside the charts. Don't you even worry about that. All right, guys. Yes, I really do have to go. But much love. And again, shout out to Hills Bills being a good sport. I hope it didn't feel like we were piling on you. And I think everybody here would agree that we all have a ton of respect for you and definitely respect your views and your opinions, and don't ever feel like you can't express them. I know that you don't. I know that you're that you stand behind what you believe in, and I think that's absolutely amazing. Don't let us or anybody out there ever shut you down. And that's all. All right, I'm really going. I'll be back in a little bit, guys. If I don't just go, I won't. All right, welcome back, guys. Sorry for the delay. It's tough. He gets out right near 3, so I make it back as fast as I can. How's everybody feeling? Anybody do anything interesting over the little break? The market, okay, coming back a little bit from where it just was. We got the Dow down 1.42%, the Nasdaq down 2.19%, and the S&P down 1.9%. Let me know when you guys got your extra or your blue blockers on. I'll pull up this heat map. I'm not thinking it's going to be I'm not thinking there's going to be a lot of blinding green coming out, but I could be wrong. Maybe we're in for a pleasant surprise. Market's winning the battle a little bit. Yeah, it's coming. Okay, you heard a new song. Rick Cogswell, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Well, let's just take a look at this heat map. Ooh, wee, that's a lot of red. That's a spicy meatball, eh? Okay, we got some green. If I was green, who would I be? I would be CME Group in the financial data and stock exchange sector. Boeing up 1.62%. Dollar General holding 0.7% gains. Activision still in the green a little bit. Boy, oh boy. Tesla down almost 7%. So what do you guys think this is on the backs of? Do you think that this is any kind of retribution against Elon, or maybe some faith in or maybe some not lack of faith in Elon, but just some uncertainty with what's going on with him? Do you think people are worried about the stock? Tesla down at 181.24. So just off the daily lows, down 7% on Tesla. Well, and that's the good thing about it, Arctic Fox. We always got to look at the upside. I mean, you got to look at it like we're either going to get green or red, right? Both are very festive when it comes to the holiday season, so it's win-win either way. No retribution. It's all just all hypothetical. And you know what? I did not. Did anybody look? Are we getting any kind of Twitter news? No retribution. Oh wow. Sorry, my volume's up. All right, not seeing any Twitter news. Anywho, across the rest of the S&P top 10, we got Apple down 1.18%, Microsoft down 2.3%, Amazon down 3%, Google now down 1%, Nvidia down nearly 2%, Berkshire down 2%, Meta down 1%, and even United Health slipped into that red zone. The Dow, can we find any green? Let's see. Boeing, we talked about Boeing up 2%. The only other little flick of green is Amgen, and that's up less than 0.05%. Oh wow, Bigfoot filmed by boaters in Canada. Well, I actually heard that live. I heard that live, Junk Savvy. And you know what? Since he's not with us, I will throw a comment Enzo made into account with that. And I completely understood the context of which Elon was speaking. He was asked a question, and we know it's relative to the Epstein thing, and things that have. But Enzo made a great point that hopefully people didn't view what he said. And I'm not saying Elon had the intention, but you guys know how it is. People take things the wrong way. People take things not contextually, and I hope nobody took that as taking suicide lightly or making it any kind of laughing matter. Again, I don't think that was Elon's intention, even in the slightest. But you got to look at how people take all things, and especially if you're not familiar with some cases like Epstein and things like that. You know what I mean? I could see how that would be, but it in my eyes, it was comical. There was nothing to it, but I can get behind that. I can understand both sides. Sorrento announces phase 2 results of PDL1 checkpoint inhibitor IMC 001 presented at Asian Congress of the European Society for Medical Oncology. A lot of words. Yeah, that's more like it, Junk Savvy. I don't know. I would like to think that he's thought this thing through, and who knows? Who knows? Microsoft President Smith says, yeah, so Microsoft had offered Sony a 10-year contract to make each new Call of Duty available on PlayStation, same as Xbox. I think PlayStation turned it down. And what I'm having trouble with on that, Sabrina, is how is Microsoft able to negotiate a deal for a product that they don't own yet? Right? So Call of Duty is made by Activision. Microsoft is kind of in the process of buying Activision, but a lot of people think it's not going to go through. And it's strange that they were able to. I'm glad you brought that up, because I when I first seen the article, I forgot about having those questions. Doesn't make sense how Microsoft. I mean, I guess you're negotiating futures similar to like contracts, but at the same time, it's a little bit weird. Oh yeah, tiny boxes. Euthanasia is no longer just a game played by kids on Robot Chicken. Yeah, they're bringing it back. Kevorkian, baby. All right. We're going to get a little rally, end of day rally. Not looking good. The S&P slipping back down 1.95%. NASDAQ down 2.25%. Dow Jones down 1.45%. Oh, and before Kanye completely kind of went off the rails, it was an interesting point that he had made. Again, I don't know what kind of disclaimers you got to make. This is not the views of somebody. I don't agree with him. I'm just citing something that he said. But if you remember Kanye saying, it's strange that we can dissect the JFK thing every which way. We can watch it. You can question it. You can whatever. but certain other cases, and he cited a specific one that you can't even ask any questions about. It's a weird dynamic. Well, I believe the term for that tiny boxes is getting two birds stoned at once, literally and figuratively. But I mean, you got to think at that point, if you're ready to have a euthanasia, you might as well. I don't know. I would be living it up, I guess. And that's a tricky situation because there are, that's another situation, Tiny, that's not black and white. Obviously, that end of it is a little strange. But as far as terminal stage care, stuff like that, I think there's definitely an argument to be there. But what worries me is I've seen it being kind of, and I don't know how 100% truthful this is, that it's really being promoted that way, or you always got to take everything with a grain of salt, but not promoting it for health reasons. Not like, okay, you've got a debilitating disease, you're in the end stages of something, but I've seen it being used in the sense of, hey, you can't pay your bills, we got another solution. So I hope it's not. I hope the things I'm seeing are being grossly exaggerated, but you never know. Hey, Birdie Hunter, why is it dropping this Monday? Yes. Come to find out, the U.S. stock market, we had our backs against the wall, Birdie. We made a long shot bet on the U.S. to beat the Netherlands, and now again, Birdie, there was that one play that it really looked like the guy from the U.S. might have been on the take. I'm not saying he was, not the Cisco kid, the other one. So I don't know if there's some kind of foul play involved, and congrats again to you, Birdie. Well deserved, and appreciate you going all out. Birdie Hunter was really playing the part Saturday morning. Had a great time watching the game with him and some of our other international friends, as well as some local friends. So that was really nice. Birdie was putting down Budweiser's just to be the American supporter that he is. What's funny, Birdie, is AMC started off the day kind of hot. Started off hot, and as you see here, not so much. So down 8.14%, 750 on AMC. Ape down at 96.29%. GameStop down 7%, 2560. Bed Bath & Beyond, which was holding 10% gains for a while, now up just 0.75%. Centro getting hit, down 8%. Mullen down almost 5%. Semis bleeding. Micron down 1.25%. NXPI down 2.17%. Broadcom down nearly 2.5%. Qualcomm down 2.25%. Intel down 1.33%. Nvidia down 2%. Taiwan Semi down 0.3%. And Taiwan Semi and Intel both, or Taiwan Semi or Nvidia and Apple would both be using Taiwan Semi at the new Arizona plant. AMD down 2.5%. Texas Instruments. So giving back all those gains. Jay Powell wowed the crowd last week and brought the market up, and then the jobs report gave people a bitch slap of reality. And then over the weekend, the experts had time to think about what they had did, and now we're back where we're at. Lobo, I gotta check out those pictures. I was trying to look at them on my phone on the way back here, and they kept just loading. Appreciate you sending them, though, brother. I will check those out as soon as I get off here. So maybe we can get a little late day rally here on Amy. sitting at 750. What else? There's nowhere to look for green. So this is kind of puzzling to me. So we had the energy sector start off hot today, right? We had China reopening, kind of, fueling demand. Then you have the Russia situation. It looked like we were getting a little rally. Now we've got PSX down 2.5%, and oil just whoosh, man. So that's on PSX. Valero down almost 5%. Marathon down 4.5%. Devon Energy down 3%. Pioneer down almost 4%. Oxy now down 3%. ConocoPhillips down 2 1/3. Chevron down 3%, and ExxonMobil down 3%. And the S&P getting closer to that 2% loss mark. The Dow down 1.5%. NASDAQ down 2.25%. Smart birdie. 4 more GME at 25.50. No options play for me these days. Don't have the time to do the DD. Yeah, and it's not just the DD, which is an important birdie, no doubt about it. It's the ability to have your finger on the button at all times, almost, birdie. That's the tough thing, because especially a busy guy like you with work, you get called into a meeting or something, you can miss the opportunity. And unfortunately, on options, sometimes you miss that opportunity and it never comes back, so very smart, very smart. I've kind of went back and forth on that, Junk Savvy. I've went back and forth on what Jay Powell's intentions were. And, I don't know, because it seemed like he purposefully didn't say some of the things that he's said in the last 2 or 3. Even when we've seen a little bit of improvement in inflation, he really kept laying the hammer down that, he's going to stay the course. And I don't think that his messaging necessarily meant we're not going to stay the course. I think it was, I don't know, because I think we would probably agree that 50 basis points is what's being built in right now. Does he have a case to continue at 75 basis points? Maybe with this jobs report, coupled with, depending on how the data comes out with CPI. But if that CPI is not showing as big of a dent as expected, and then you couple that with wage inflation, with the job market, with everything, I think it's going to be more about how he signals what's going to happen in February. So I believe that's the next meeting after next Wednesday. The next FOMC is in, I believe, February. Yeah, Lobo. DD. I knew a guy that used to work for AAA, ended up in AA, got a DUI. All right, half hour left, guys. 1.5 hour. Yeah, she was something in her paint, birdie. She was something. So Bitcoin under that 17,000 mark. 16,920 on Bitcoin. Tesla still sitting at that 7% losses, 8% losses for AMC, 7% for GME, 3.5% now for Ape, down at 96.1 cents. I'm trying to find something that's got some green here. There's a little bit of green. We'll leave that up. That's the industrial sector up there. Something looks good. I think it goes one of two ways, Tennis. I think this downslide either continues into JPOW, and then maybe we just go flat off of that. We don't see anything, maybe a little rally with 50 basis points. Or we have ups and downs all throughout the week, go into Tuesday's meeting, maybe on a little bit of an uptrend, and then just get completely smashed. I don't know. I don't know how JPOW is going to react. I don't know. I could see a similar scenario where at 2 p.m. we get that rate hike. The market starts to rally, and then JPOW comes on at 2:30 and tells the market to sit back down. Is that really... Are you being 100% serious on that, Lobo? Because there's a guy right when you get off the thruway here with one of those signs, and he does probably just as good a job of begging for money daily. So I would like to nominate him. I don't know how we get him up there. All right. Sorry, my my laptop decided that it has to update now, so now I just got the chat on my phone. I apologize. Well, I mean, he has done a great job. He has done a great job of getting money. I mean, I guess there's no stipulation. I guess the Financial Times Person of the Year is the person that raised the most money, and I mean, he's got us beat. I'm sure some of you guys did pretty well with your trades this year, but I don't think you're on his level. And it's crazy that a personal finance would even come into it. And I'm sure that that's not what they're talking about, but you can Google his, you can see his net worth. It's not a dude that just wears green t-shirts and fights in the front line, I'll tell you that. Oh, because she was brave. She was brave. That's the thing. To be just like Manchin got all the credit for being brave, but in reality, then he turned his back on his own constituents. You know, you're brave for going against the trend. Oh, update failed. Come on. Sorry, guys. Okay, so a little, maybe a little late day rally here. You got Tesla pumping up a little bit, just a little bit, 181.68. Microsoft 249.86. So not big moves here, but everything pushing a little bit, slightly to the upside. Yeah, the term brave is kind of changed, Lobo. Oh, let's see this. Sam Bankman-Fried could face years in prison over FTX's $32 billion meltdown. Okay, let's get to FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried is already under investigation by numerous agencies, but arresting him isn't going to be straightforward. Do it Kim.com style. Send in the helis. The former crypto titan has the SEC, CFTC, SDNY, and DOJ on his case, but it'll take months, if not years, to fully assemble all the evidence. As FTX moves through bankruptcy protection, private citizens can file suit against Bankman-Fried, even if the former billionaire claims he's down to his last 100,000. At least $8 billion in customer funds are missing, reportedly used to backstop billions in losses at Alameda Research, the hedge fund he also founded. Both of his companies are now bankrupt with billions of dollars worth of debt on the books. The CEO tapped to take over John Ray III said that, quote, in his 40 years of legal and restructuring experience, end quote, he had never seen, back to quote, such a complete failure of corporate controls and such a complete absence of trustworthy financial information as occurred here. Don't worry, guys. Ray is going to make it all right. This is the same Ray who presided over Enron's liquidation in the 2000s. So it's like we're in the rerun season. We brought Fauci back. Fauci was big piece of shit in the 80s. We brought him back to do the same thing here. Now you got Ray. I'm not sure his involvement in Enron. Maybe he came in after. I would think that there was probably still allegedly maybe a little bit of corruption or something there. But either way, maybe he's a straight shooter. But we're bringing him back for season 2. In America, though, it is not a crime to be a lousy or careless CEO with poor judgment. That's what we're calling this now? Is that what we're calling what he did? Being a lousy and careless CEO? During his recent press tour from a remote location in the Bahamas, Bankman-Fried really leaned into his own ineptitude, largely blaming FTX's collapse on poor risk management. Okay, I don't want to read any more of this. It's a bunch of crap. So his ineptitude caused all this. That's what we're led to believe, right? He was a self-made. What was he worth? 12 billion? Self-made, right? So he made it himself and he lost it himself. Got it. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Yeah. Or the other one. That trial should be coming up anytime now, right? Hold on 1 second, guys. I gotta Nikki's Maz here. I'll be back in 1 second. All right. Sorry about that. Birdie got a special fishing rod for Sinterklaas. Otherwise known as Santa Claus. 7-meter telescope fishing rod with an elastic band inside that can expand 25 meters. Sounds like you're going to be doing some killer fishing there, Birdie. I like it. All right, 14 minutes left, guys. I don't know why this laptop is... All right. Sorry, I'm having some technical issues here, of course. Anywho. Sinterklaas. Is Sinterklaas anything like Krampus? All right. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, Birdie. I know we talked a little bit over the weekend about it. Yeah, it's just it's a shame. But for now, Birdie, you guys need to be focused on who do you guys play? Argentina on Friday? Is that who it is? With Messi? I'll be cheering for the Dutch. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. CEI, GTA, where you at? CEI getting right into your loading zone, my friend. 10.38 cents on CEI. But I gotta say, GTA, where is this? You still gotta like it. It hasn't cracked through this 10 under that 10-cent mark. Right down near 52-week lows right now. I don't know. I still don't know what crashed energy today. So energy started taking off in the morning on the China news, things like that, and then just turned right around. What is crude at? Oh, I'm all good, tennis. You know how I roll. I don't let any of that jazz affect me. I talk about it, but when it comes down to it, I worry about the stuff I can control. And that's it. That's all, and that's it. Zwarte Payet is Sinterklaas has helped to get presents to the children. So Krampus is like an evil Krampus is like an evil one, Birdie. Like an evil Santa. So Zwarte Payet is like Krampus but nicer. Yeah, Krampus, he's not nice. I think he's meant to scare the children and stuff like that. Yeah, Krampus would punish the bad girls and boys. Yeah, so crude back down under 80, 77, 36 on crude oil. So that would explain it. That would explain it. Junk Savvy, who is the other person in that picture? Obviously, I can't tell because they also have the GIMP mask on. I can't figure out who that is. I'm not sure which one more or better. I'm not gonna lie. And still have not heard from my ma or my nephew, Junk Savvy, just to let you know. Oh, Birdie Hunter. Look at first the guy is a oil conglomerate, and now he's part-time comedian there. Birdie says the bad boys and girls don't get punished in the Netherlands anymore. They become politicians instead. But he's here all week, folks. Oh, so he stole that out of Kim's closet? Yeah, okay. Well, that would make sense. You know what I say, Junk Savvy, to each their own. Whatever makes you happy. If wearing GIMP masks does it for you, hey, I'm not going to argue. Whatever works. Why was she wearing it, though? That's the question. That's kind of strange. All right, 6 minutes to go before we wrap up this day with the Dow down 1.4%, S&P down 1.84%, the NASDAQ down just over 2%. Oh, well, there you go. That would figure it out. No. I used an ancient method, actually, Caesar. Been around for years. I don't know if you guys we got a saying up here in New York. I think you guys might have it down in Texas too. If it ain't broke too bad, don't try to fix it. So I examined it, I looked, I tested it, I tried to figure out where it was going in, and I'm hoping at this point that it was just a one-off, because I did get some more sideways rain that was very similar, and I wasn't getting any leaking or anything. So I'm hoping, just because my only other option would be ripping the drywall out and getting to the bottom of it like that, and I would love to do that, but some things just aren't in the cards right now, so we're just gonna hope for the best. But yeah. Nick Ballatieri. Is that a tennis player, I'm assuming? Oh, you knew him back in the day? Wild man. Well, sorry for the loss. I'm not familiar with him. I apologize, but obviously a big enough name for Nunya to recognize, and somebody that you have a personal connection with. So hopefully that's Oh, Michael J. Fine Art. Look at you going. Made $110 today off of Doge. Oh, he was a tennis coach. Well, so then I could imagine. I would imagine then now tennis, you probably have an even more significant connection to him. You know what I mean? Making the transition. I mean, I know you were obviously once a player, now a bona fide living legend of a teacher. And man, that's tough. That's tough because good coaches, and I'm not doubting that there's a ton of them out there. Just in my experience, it seems like they're few and far between. And it's not just like, oh, this guy's just a bad coach. Some people can know the game inside out, have a great personality, and just not have that thing that connects to people. You know what I mean? And then I've told you guys kind of some of my experiences with coaches around here that they're all living vicariously through their kids, just pushing them to win instead of learn, appreciate the sport, things like that. Seriously, Michael J? You were there too? Holy shnikes, what a small world. Very famous tennis coach, coached lots of greats. I gotta claim ignorance on this one, Nunya. Appreciate you bringing it to our attention, though. He pioneered the concept of a tennis boarding school and helped develop many leading tennis players during the past decades, including Andre Agassi, Jim Courier, Monica Seles, and Mary Pierce. All recognizable names. All very recognizable names. Awesome. Awesome. I love somebody that can revolutionize a sport, for the better, which it seems like that's, that he played a good part in that, just from what you're telling me. So that's a tremendous loss for the tennis world, then, I would think. Was he older? Now was he retired? Was he still active? Not to be too kind of prying, but was this anything? Obviously, any death can be looked at as tragic. I don't want to take anything away from it. Was this a unexpected, or was this? You go, Michael J. First girl in Cali to get a varsity letter in a men's sport. Awesome. So you want to talk pioneers, Nunya? You can slide that word right down there to Michael J. Feinart. Okay, 91 years old. Not that it makes it any easier. That's not what I was saying. But at least it wasn't a case of a tremendous talent taken too soon. Obviously it's always too soon, but at least he was able to live a full life, pass some of that guidance on. And that's another great thing about coaches, similar to what I feel like as a parent on a smaller scale. But coaches, especially really authentic ones, they have that ability for parts of themselves to live on, existentially for eternity. So, and that goes in anything. You can always leave your mark on the world just by passing stuff down. Workaholic, beautiful. That's what it takes. And that's another thing with coaches. There's the bell, guys. I'm sorry. I got a little carried away. We closed with the Dow down 1.4%, the S&P down 1.79%, the NASDAQ down 1.93%. So closed a little higher than the lows that we had just hit earlier today, but nonetheless, gave back a lot of those gains from Thursday. But you know what? I think a lot of people thought those gains weren't going to last. They thought, I think we thought it was an overreaction. We thought that we seen it starting to correct itself Friday after the jobs report came on, and then kind of a late day rally turned that off. I think over the weekend, I think the Fed came back into view as far as, are they really going to pivot, and is dropping it to a 50 basis points? Is that really pivoting, or is that just kicking the can? So you're looking for downside from the SPY, Lobo? Well, I got one put that I'm holding. It's for Wednesday. It's up right now. But I bought it off of profit that I had the other two puts that I sold. Saucy, what's up, buddy? Yeah, it was a rough one today. Long-term damage, I don't know. what were you in today, Saucy, if you don't mind me asking? Where were we? Took a nice L in the sense of, did you have calls, shares down? That's right, Tiny. Daily's charts still look fine. Will Tiny Boxes be back tomorrow? Tune in and see. Same bat time, same bat channel. Just had a porch pirate take one of your Christmas gifts? Wow, that's crappy. That is crappy. Shares of Tesla. Yeah, Saucy, and I don't know. I don't know what to make of it, because I would have thought, okay, we did hear a little bit of FUD about the China situation, maybe dragging some production down. But at the same time, we heard a lot about China reopening, right? I feel like the Tesla thing, and I'm not saying it was like a sabotage or anything, Saucy, but I think whether it was institutionally or somebody lost some faith in Elon. Not lost faith in Elon, but I think somebody is scared of what could potentially happen. I mean, love him or hate him, he's playing with fire. You know, the stuff that he's doing over at Twitter could be, and again, I don't think it should be detrimental to Tesla. I think they're two complete different companies. One's an apple, one's an orange. But at the same time, I would have never, we talked kind of we talked kind of joking around early this morning, Saucy. And actually through the weekend, I think Junk Savvy, I think I messaged you, like, do you think, I said, none of this stuff could be good for the market. I said, and to that, do we think that Tesla tanks on this? Loaded up on SPY end of the month calls for cheap. I like that, because now Saucy, what I would be, you got Yang calls, but China names holding well. That's the inverse, right? The Yang. That's okay. I don't think that's gonna last. Especially if, it depends on what happens with energy there. I think that could be an issue with China. SPY end of the month calls. I like them. I would keep an eye though, Saucy, and I'm sure you're well aware of this. Keep an eye on them next week, especially right after the hike. They announce the interest hike. And again, this isn't financial advice. I'm not guaranteeing that this is going to happen. History does tend to repeat itself, but at the same time, you can't get complacent and say, well, this happened last time, so this is going to happen again. But if we keep getting a little, if we don't regain any of that upside from, and we're still not through all of it yet, through when Jay Powell talked last week, I think maybe we see a quick rally the same way that we saw when he talked right before he talked last time. But the volatility, Saucy, will go through the roof. So if those calls are anywhere near green, keep an eye on them when just during that 2 hours or that hour or hour and a half, however you want to look at it, because they might spike. They might spike. Oh, I got to see that, Tiny. Oh, I like it. I like it. That's dope. That is dope. I like it. I don't have any artistic talent, Tiny, or I would send you something back. I could draw Wu-Tang symbols really good, because I drew about 78,000 of them on my notebooks in high school. That's about it, though. Kim likes those GIMP masks, huh, Junk Savvy? Okay, that's her thing. Hey, whatever. So yeah, Saucy, I wouldn't I wouldn't be too concerned with Tesla. That's a tough one, because I would love to tell you, hey, everything's going to be fine, average down, but like it's a tough stock. You're investing a lot to average down on it. But I don't think Tesla the company is in any danger long term. Short term attacks definitely could see that. I don't know. Nice, Tiny. All right, Birdie. You have a great night. I don't think you do you travel at all this week, Birdie, or is that the following week? I know you got some traveling coming up, but that'll be I think next week. Let's look at that Cosmos. You're talking 3x the average volume, Junk Savvy. You got to take into consideration with that, though, Junk Savvy, that average is going up every day, too. If that's what you're talking about. Because I see what you're saying. Average volume, 46.5 million. And we had 130 million trades today. Yeah, we had 215 on Friday, 171, 147, 285. So yeah, it is down a little bit. But like I said, you got to take into consideration that that's a moving average too. Madrid is next week. Oh, okay. Utrecht tomorrow. Well, be safe. Driving one. And you have a great night. Yeah, tennis. I'm just not trusting anything. I'm just not. I'm having trouble just getting into anything that I want to carry over into the new year. I need to assess my tax situation. That'll be something I'll be looking at in the next week or two. I don't think I have to make any drastic moves one way or another. But again, it's more testament, tennis, into how you have to have a strategy that works with what you have. Like I love, and I've talked about this many times, I love that you get into these plays that if you have to, if market conditions dictate them to go down. Which we see all the time, where there's no news on the stock, it just, falls 8, 10, 12% with the rest of the market. You got it to where, that's a buy sign for you on certain stocks because you got that faith in them. And it's not that I don't have the powder to tie up like that right now. But I like some of those plays that you're in, that you can scalp that 10%. It may take you a week if you're swing trading it, but boy, you're on the pulse with a few of those stocks, and it's, since you put me down on them, like AI, like DNA, things that just move somewhat consistently. She has been running hot. And hey, 130 million trades isn't anything to shake a stick on. What you also got to remember too, Junk Savvy, is with that volume, as the price goes up, more money's. And I don't mean to talk to you like that, Junk Savvy. I apologize, because I know you know all this stuff. Just pointing out some, trying to boost it up a little bit, where you see, and that's just, a common sense type thing. Whereas the value goes up, obviously you can, as much money can change hands without the volume. And it's been a long day, guys. We went overtime. We had some good debates. So I am going to bid you guys adieu and go about my day. I need to go do some grocery shopping because I got held up doing some stuff yesterday. There's a lot of people like our friend Enzo out here, Arctic Fox. Dyslexia is a hell of a drug, so I'm sure there was some Cosmo people buying comms and vice versa. Hey, what did USEA finish at? Finished at 395. Now that's been a strong one. I do like UEC though. I want to look into UEC a little bit more. I want to examine a little bit more of the uranium coming out of Russia. If that gets cut off, how UEC is going to play into it. But I'm really interested in it. Maybe what I'll do is if I can find out enough stuff on it that's interesting, maybe I'll put together a little video on it. Not financial advice, but it's hearing a lot of different talk. And Saucy, I know you are I know you're a fan of UEC, and yeah, I want to really look into that. And it's been a while since I've done a real deep dive. I've been kind of not doing that lately because I haven't been looking for investments right now. But yeah, I want to dig into that a little deeper. Up 33% on comms. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, and it's I don't know, because the only thing that makes me a little bit leery, Junk Savvy, is I've heard it come across from some, I wouldn't call these people talking heads. They're kind of alternative media people that I trust, but at the same time, I've never heard them really talk stocks before. And two different ones, I've seen UEC come up in conversation on some of their shows. So I'm a little leery, and everybody should be. And again, these are people that I trust. I go to for information. I think they're pretty reliable. They cite everything. But it was just a little bit weird because it was it perked my interest because obviously I follow stocks. But it just it didn't fit in with the program. It was just kind of out of the blue. But that being said, what they had to say about it makes a lot of sense. So we'll look into it, and anything I get, I will share with you guys. But for now, it is 4:15. You got 5 minutes before your 4:20. So everybody go enjoy that, or whatever it is you enjoy. Look at this. I don't like to put my head on the screen, but we'll do it for just the last 2 seconds, just to say goodbye. Just so you could see the Amari Cooper jersey back there. All right, guys. Thank you for an amazing day. Let's do it all over tomorrow. And everybody have a fantastic night. Appreciate the hell out of you guys. And yeah. Bigger and better tomorrow. Bigger and better. All right, guys. Remember to spay or neuter your pets. Hug a loved one. And yeah, we'll do this all again tomorrow. All right, fam. Much love.